Americans would have done something somewhere. We would be angry, and rightly. What's interesting about the U.S. is this scandalous idea that we were constrained in the use of violence in one sector, the northern part of North Vietnam, because of the deterrence of the Russians and the political cost. That there's something wrong with that. Everyone who participates in this bet on either side is accepting that premise. It's the basic premise that's being accepted. Look, the US has the right to use as much violence as it wants anywhere. Some people like George Bush are saying, we couldn't do it, so that's bad. People on the other side, the liberals, are saying, what do you mean? We did. We use as much violence as we could, so there's no problem. That's the debate. And that debate is all on the assumption that we're a violent 1T0 risk state, an so lawless, and we do what we feel like, and if anything constrains us, that's a problem. That's a shocking debate. DB, a couple of other myths have been put into circulation. The media lost the Vietnam War. I know you've studied that one very carefully. Also that the peace movement in this country somehow mistreated returning Vietnam vets, humiliated them, spat on them, etc. Those are interesting stories. As far as the media are concerned, there have been extensive studies of the media in the war. I've done it. Other people have done it. I think the results are pretty conclusive. The media were very servile. I was very surprised to see an editorial in The Nation the other day comparing the coverage of this war with the Vietnam War and implying that during the Vietnam War there was somehow courageous, honorable, revealing coverage. There were journalists on the scene who were honest. You could find a scattering of journalists on the scene who did something. But by and large there. The Global Protection Racket. 319. Media were extremely subservient. That's one of the reasons why no such concept as the U.S. attack against South Vietnam exists in the U.S., because the media never reported the events in such a way that you could understand even that elementary fact. If nobody in Russia knew that the Soviet Union had attacked Afghanistan, if everyone assumed it was a risky defense of Afghanistan where they couldn't win because one hand was tied behind their back, we wouldn't bother doing any investigation of the Russian media and the Afghan war. The same is true here. If you do a closer analysis you find the same. The media, including television, contributed to hawkishness. They made the population N1 more hawkish. It goes right through the Tet offensive. It wasn't until major or sectors of the U.S. power, corporate sectors, turned against the war that the media began very timid criticism. What's called expose, the kind of thing that David Halberstam, Neil Sheehan did in the early 1960s. That's just saying, it's not working. It ought to work better. Here's a way to do it better. That's not criticism. There were some exceptions, like Richard Judd, man of the St. Louis Post-Dispatch, Ray Kofev of the Chicago Daily News, and a couple of others, but they were scattered. By and large the media were extremely supportive. Walter Cronkite, the whole bunch of them, right through to the end. In fact, it continues in subsequent years. Of course, from the government point of view, or from the point of view of advocates of the war, the media were never subservient enough. But remember, that's also true of totalitarian states. Take Russia and Afghanistan. In a book that Ed Herman and I did on this, we quoted some of the commentary of Russian generals and high Communist Party officials on the way the Russian media covered the Afghan war. They were bitterly critical of the Russian media for having stories about the suffering of Russian helicopter pilots and soldiers and the atrocities. It read. 320. Chronicles of Dissent. Very much like a condemnation of the U.S. press. Let me just say that the criticism of the U.S. press for having lost the war has a very totalitarian, quasi-fascist flavor to it. If people don't like the term, I'm sorry, but that's their right term. That's how we describe the Russian case, and, to be honest, that's how we need to describe it in our case. As for the reaction to the soldiers during the Vietnam War, that's also interesting. The peace movement wasn't a membership organization. I can't say members of the peace movement did this or that. Maybe somewhere somebody spat on a soldier, but it is so uncharacteristic that it's way out on the margins. I kind of expected would have been a government provocateur. The peace movement meant was very supportive of the soldiers. It was the peace movement which set up GI coffee houses and support groups. And don't forget that the soldiers were not passive instruments. The army had its own internal opposition to the war, and a very powerful one. The Vietnam veterans against the war crimes trials, those didn't come out of the peace movement. They came from the GIs on the scene. The U.S. made a tactically 1T0R in the Vietnam War. It sent a conscript army. Every imperial power knows that. You do not send conscript armies to fight colonial wars. Colonial wars are vicious, murderous wars in which you're killing way too. Civilians do it for. And that. My UND.RIDPSIZO.TENTALGERAL_S.OE Professional killers or people who are so far away from their action that they don't see what's happening, like B-52 pilots. That's okay. They don't have to see what's going on. But if you want to fight a colonial war on the ground, you need professional killers like the French Foreign Legion and the Gurkhas, etc., but not conscripts. The conscripts are too much part of the civilian culture, and in particular, part of the youth culture. They came out of the same background as domestic protesters. A peace movement developed inside the army. The Global Protection Racket. 30-1. In fact, by the late 1960s the military officers were calling for withdrawing the army from Vietnam because they were afraid their whole military was going to collapse. The GI coffee houses and so on were just supportive of GIS. Many of them were setting up places where soldiers could break out of the ugly controls of the military, to which they themselves were opposed. That continued. The war crimes trials were carried out by soldiers. The peace movement people participated. I joined in. Attacks on soldiers took place, but on the part of the right wing and the mainstream. The right wing denounced the soldiers or disregarded them because they didn't win. They didn't win the kind of war they wanted. They were supposed to come back conquering heroes, and they didn't come back conquering heroes. So they were basically either ignored or denounced from the right. As far as the mainstream is concerned, they treated them very shabbily. The press, the Congress, etc., treated them rotten, but not the peace movement. That was the mainstream and the media. Take reporting of atrocities. What's the atrocity that comes to everybody's mind? My Lai I was a mainstream liberal event. It was splashed over the front cover of Life magazine. On the other hand, it was not a peace movement issue. The American Friends Service Committee, the Quakers, had a clinic right near the My Lai massacre. They said, we knew about it right away. Remember, it didn't come out for about 19 months, until C. Hirsch broke the story, finally. The AFSC said, we knew about and we never were particularly interested in it because that kind of stuff was going on all over the place. Furthermore, that wasn't the main thing. The main thing was the air attacks. That was the general peace movement attitude. The criminals were not a bunch of crazed GIs out in the field. with people shooting at them from every direction and not. 322. Chronicles of Dissent. Knowing if they were going to live the next minute. What they did was horrible, but they're not the real criminals. As I've stated in other interviews, the real criminals are the guys sitting in air-conditioned offices plotting B-52 raids on villages, or sitting back in Washington laying out the grand strategy of slaughtering people in South Vietnam. But the media and the whole liberal establishment took a different line. They went after the GI on the ground, after the weak, defenseless ones. You can pardon what they did, it was horrifying. But you can understand it. What you can't understand is the generals, the commanders and the civilian officials above them. That's the part that's completely unpardonable. Of course, it was only in the peace movement that this point was made, because the planners were the people who have to be protected. They're the people with power. The half-educated GI on the ground you can go after. That was pretty standard. So the whole baby killer line, that's right-wing and liberal media, mainstream criticism. Insofar as there was a peace movement as an organized force, it wasn't pushing that distortion. It was saying, let's go back to where the decisions and choices are being made. My lay was part of a major operation, Operation Wheeler Wallawa, which killed nobody knows how many. Thousands or tens of thousands of people in real massacres. Operation Speedy Express, to take another example, the media bypassed, although it was a peace movement issue. That made my lay look like a tea party. DB, let's talk about something else. You were 4 years old and out walking with your parents in Philadelphia one day and you came upon a textile workers' strike that made quite an impression on you. We drove past in a trolley car, as I remember. Whether I was 4 or 6 I wouldn't say. It was one of the strikes in the mid-1930s, which were often pretty violent. The Global Protection Racket. 323. This one I particularly remember. I didn't understand what was happening and asked my mother what was going on. It was mostly women, and they were getting pretty brutally beaten up by the cops. I could see that much. Some of them were tearing their clothes. I didn't understand that. The idea was to try to cut back the violence. It made quite an impression. I can't claim that I understood what was happening, but I sort of got the general idea. What I didn't understand was explained to me. Also, the interpretation was not that far out of the general understanding. My family had plenty of unemployed workers and union activists and political activists and so on. So you knew what the picket line was and what it meant for the forces of the employers to come in their swinging clubs and breaking it up. DB, you've remarked that during the Depression crossing a picket line was as outlandish as stealing food from a beggar. Things have changed in the culture since then. Not just during the Depression, but for many years after. People were brought up to understand that. It has changed. DB, why did it change? There was a good example yesterday. We went down to this working-class high school, Tiverton, Rhode Island. I talked to the students and some of the teachers. The teachers came from the same working-class background that the students did, but a generation older. One of the teachers I was talking to was describing the difference between her understanding of the world and that of her students. Although they come from the same working-class background, a depressed New England mill town falling apart, she grew up a generation back still in a culture where you had an understanding, an instinctive appreciation of working-class solidarity and the needs of 324. Chronicles of Dissent. Poor people and the need to work together and build unions. That's just in your bones. Whereas the same working-class kids today don't understand it at all. That's the experience I've had. I'm a generation earlier than the teacher, but in my childhood and adolescence that was just taken for granted. poor people and suffering people can only defend themselves against power and get a share of what they deserve by working together. And working together means things like picket lines, unions, and so on. That's the way you do it. Today it's very different. I remember a couple of years ago here, during the Eastern Strike, when Frank Lorenzo was trying to break the union, he at one point lowered airfares to New York. The fares were ridiculously low. People were just flocking to Easton, including radical kids. I remember talking to student activist groups about this and saying I didn't understand it. Granted, the pilots and stewardesses aren't Mexican farm workers, but still, it's working class people and the machinists' union is behind it. How can you guys cross the machinists' union's picket lines? The reaction I kept getting was, we're on the side of the working man and working woman, and we don't see any reason why they should be pushed around by these union bosses. If they want to go to work, that's fine. The unions shouldn't be able to stop them from going to work. At this point you hardly know what to answer. You've got to begin from kindergarten and explain what it means to have a class struggle and to fight against oppression and to work together with others. That's been lost. And not by accident. A lot of thought and effort went into it. It began right in the 1930s, with major public relations efforts on the part of the propaganda wing of the business community, the public relations industry, etc. to try to break down that kind of consciousness and solidarity. It began right off in the 1930s, probably at the very same time I was watching that strike, right after the Global Protection Racket. 325. Wagner Act in 1935. The Wagner Act was Labour's first and also its last real legislative victory. It gave Labour the right to organise and various protections. It frightened the business community for two reasons. For one thing, it was an exercise in democracy, which is always frightening to elites. They don't want democracy. Secondly, it allowed for CIO to filter out serious union organising, and that was frightening. The reaction was instantaneous. Within a year management had developed what were called scientific methods of strike breaking. The basic idea was to try to mobilize popular opposition to the strikers around vacuous slogans, patriotic slogans like harmony, Americanism, togetherness, that kind of thing. This was tried out first, I think, in the Johnstown Steel Strike, the Bethlehem Steel Strike in Pennsylvania, which the CIO lost. I think it was 1936. The idea was to flood the community with propaganda. The basic tone of the propaganda is that it's us against them. We are the corporate executive, the sober working man who wants to just do his job, the housewife in the kitchen, the clergyman, the grocer, that's us. It's true, one of them plays on the golf course and the other drinks beer in the bar, but basically we're all together. Those are just cultural differences. So there's us on one side, and on the other side are these disruptive elements that are trying to break up the harmony, Americanism, the friendliness, our nice lives, and we've got to mobilize to defend ourselves against these disruptive elements. That flooded the press, the radio, the churches. It worked. It was later called the Mohawk Valley Formula. Later there were other ingredients added, like human relations. You bring the workers to appreciate the fact that they're really on the same side as management, we're all in this together, we're all friends. Things like the attack on un-Americanism, which actually had early roots, were then revitalized in a very dramatic way. I don't think there's any other country in the world. 326. Chronicles of Dissent. That has a concept analogous to an American. People being in French and Spanish, they would probably laugh if they even understood what we meant in those countries. Actually, it doesn't mean anything here either. An American doesn't mean anything, but that's precisely the point. Just like harmony doesn't mean anything. DB, like support our troops. like support our troops. It doesn't mean anything. They're just empty slogans. In fact, support our troops is just the contemporary reflex reaction, exactly the same as we're all in this together. Don't ask the question, do you support the program, the policy? That's what you want to deter people from thinking about. So have them scream support our troops, and then the peace movement will debate, do we support our T1PS or don't we support our troops? Does it mean anything? The public relations industry puts a lot of effort and money into this. And it's not just the business community. It's also the academic community, the intellectual community, etc. There are substantial commitments to try to undermine independent thought, to break down any conception of solidarity, of the interests that unite people in achieving their goals. You want to break all of that down and end up with an atomized society in which nobody thinks of anything except their own individual gain, maybe a little bit of charity on the side, 1,000 points of light, but certainly nothing like fighting for a common goal. That stuff has been very effective. Sometimes you see it come out in pretty striking ways in polls. There was one rather interesting poll about a month ago which asked people, what's the most important thing in your life? It came out roughly like this. The top choice, over 40% of the population, was my relation to God. The second choice, around 25%, was personal health. The third choice was A. The global protection racket. 327. Happy marriage. Satisfying work was, I think, about 5%. Respect in the community was about 2%. That's roughly what the numbers were like. I think that would be very hard to duplicate in any modern industrial society, anything remotely like that. When you think what it means, I think it's not obscure. The idea of meaningful work is not an option. The idea of respect of the community doesn't mean anything because there aren't any community ties. You are alone. You are alone. You are gaining commodities. You're a passive worker. You follow orders. There's no community. There's no such thing as satisfying work. Certainly there's no such thing as any control over your work. They don't even know what that would mean. You follow orders. You're a passive worker. Your life, insofar as it exists, is maybe individual acquisition of the commodities. That's a pretty sick commentary on a society, especially a rich, wealthy, privileged society like this one. DB, you've told me that toward the end of the academic year you get deflated, dispirited and somewhat dejected. What do you do for yourself to rejuvenate and to recuperate from the stress of the year and all the talks and teaching that you do? I'm pretty sure every activist goes through this. The year has a rhythm. That's the way life works. It's basically September through June. That's where the big-time activity is, peaking in the fall and the spring. When it winds down, and also for me, being in academic life, the school year winds down. You have a little time to try to look at the debris that's been piling up and try to catch up a little bit and also to think about what you've been doing for the last year, which I don't have time to think about in the moment because it's just going on from minute to minute. When you ask yourself, when you think, the last 10 months I've been really killing myself, racing every minute suit, not a second off, tense, ugly, there are a lot of rewards. But also a lot of unpleasant things, certainly a lot of. 328. Chronicles of Dissent. Tension. If you ask yourself what it's all about, what have you achieved, the answer can always seem to be, not very much. Maybe some small gains here and there, maybe some other losses somewhere else, often huge losses, and it's hard not to ask yourself what it's all about. It's pretty easy to become depressed when you ask yourself what it's all about. I'm sure that I'm not alone in going through that. How do you deal with it? People have their own ways. Sometimes I do things the wrong way. That's why I ended up in the hospital a couple of years ago. But one has to understand that as things are, there are going to be at best small victories, fending off some atrocities, improving things a little bit here and there, making things less bad than they might have been or a little better than they might have been, maybe gaining some clarification and understanding yourself, maybe helping other people gain some. That's about it. Bigger goals are beyond reach for now, but the achievements can be pretty substantial. Take the Marin County Task Force where we both were a couple of months ago. It's a small group of very dedicated people who have been defending Salvadoran human rights activists and others who have been defending Salvadoran refugees. Maybe when they think about it, it doesn't feel monumental, like they haven't changed the world. But they have certainly saved plenty of us and helped create a space in which other people can survive and work. That's not a small achievement. There are places where huge atrocities have gone on. Timor is one of the worst. But they could have been a lot worse. The reason they're not is because there are no few people, mostly a handful of young people, who did and continue to devote themselves to it. Occasion ally that will compel a newspaper to cover it. Occasionally it will cause some protest in Congress and give the kind of deterrent effect that allows people some space to live. The development of these communities of engaged people in the US is important. Pascal's wager. October 15th, verse 991. DB. You've often commented that it was the impact and work of solidarity organizations, church groups, etc. that inhibited the Reagan administration actions in Central America. Why weren't they a factor in the Gulf War? For one thing, because there was no time. In fact, the Bush administration was kind enough to tell us exactly what was going on. Right at the moment when the ground campaign started, there was a very interesting leak. Obviously from the administration. I don't know why they leaked it. But they leaked a section of their first international strategy report that was done for the Bush administration. When a new president comes in, there's always an assessment of the world by the CIA and the Defense Intelligence Agency, etc. This was one that was done in the first weeks or months of the Bush administration. One section of it was leaked and buried in the New York Times. It had to do with conflicts with third world countries, very much like the Iraq War. What it said is, in the case of much weaker enemies, and of course they're the only kind that you fight, we must not only defeat them but defeat them decisively and rapidly, because anything else would undercut political support and would be embarrassing. So that's a recognition of their understanding that there is no political support for intervention, and if you let anything drag on long enough for people to open their eyes, you're going to be in trouble. I think that's pretty much what happened in the Gulf War. Up until a few days before the war, polls were still indicating about 2-1 opposition to war, if you interpret them correctly. That is, if people were asked up. 329. 330. Chronicles of Dissent. To a few days before the war, would you favor a negotiated withdrawal of Iraqi forces in the context of consideration of regional issues, Israel, Palestine, etc.? The population was in favor about 2-1. That figure was very misleading because those poll questions started by saying, George Bush is opposed to a negotiated settlement. If you want to load a poll question, say the president thinks X, what do you think? You automatically get a big X factor. So we have to discount for that. The other piece, and this is much more important, is that the people who were answering that question must have assumed I'm the only one who favors a negotiated settlement, because virtually no one had articulated that view. In fact, rejection of a negotiated settlement was virtually universal in the media and in Congress. Nevertheless, by about 2-1 people favored it. Furthermore, it's very unlikely that anyone who said yes to that question knew that just a week before Iraq had once again offered a withdrawal proposal which had been released by high U.S. officials. There's no reason to question it. It was a withdrawal proposal essentially without conditions except for an international conference. Just imagine that the media hadn't been doing their job. Suppose that they'd been telling people what's going on in the world and allowing opportunities for discussion of the real issues. You wouldn't have had 2-1, you would have had 10-1 support for a settlement that was on the table, that the US had rejected, especially if it had been discussed. So that's right up to the war. Then comes January 15th. You start kicking ass. Everybody's excited. We're killing lots of people. Meanwhile there was still this big build-up, remember, about Iraq. The most powerful country in the world. They're going to murder us all, etc. People were really terrified. I could see that traveling around the country. You go to the most reactionary place in the country and people are cowering in terror behind their fatigues and yellow rib. Pascal's wager. 331. Hans, that Saddam's going to come and get them. That was a real fear. People were frightened. Schwarzkopf was giving interviews about how we're outmanned but we're going to fight anyway and how the Iraqis had this fantastic weaponry that no one's ever dreamt of before and this kind of business. The thing was precisely organized so that there was no combat. That was very critical. There was never any war at all. That was a complete misnomer. By the time that the ground campaign began, there was basically nothing there except wreckage, so they could walk through. American combat casualties were on the order of those injured in Grenada, hardly more. Under those circumstances you could get support. Of course, in that period, a couple of weeks of bombardment of an enemy who was about to destroy us allowed no time or opportunity for building up any consciousness or anything else. I think the administration understands that. If you want to fight a war these days, first you have to build up the enemy to be larger than life and you have to terrify everyone. And you have to do it very quickly. Then you have to agony a conflict with no combat and get it over very fast. That's a very narrow kind of war, and I don't think they have any other options. Going back to your question, under such circumstances, with monolithic propaganda systems, there's simply no possibility of developing any serious opposition quickly. The solidarity movements developed over years of activism and distribution of information and setting up separate contacts and people going down to Central America to see for themselves. You can't do that overnight. DB, but there's something else at work here in terms of comparing Central America and the Middle East. There's an immense amount of ambivalence and conflict when it comes to the Middle East. I've talked to activists who say they feel more kinship with Central America. There's language affinity and religion and 332. Chronicles of Dissent. Those kinds of issues. And they don't feel that about the Middle East. There's something to that. And there is a background of endemic anti-Arab racism which is extreme. But notice that the administration was able to do the same thing with Panama, again in the same way. Just a few months earlier, after all, Noriega was again set up to be a figure larger than life. Look back at the commentary by Ted Koppel and others, saying Noriega was one of the worst slimes in history, greatest danger we faced, etc. This was in the context of this phony drug war, which really had terrorized the country. You could see that by polls and lots of other evidence. Here's this Hispanic narco-trafficker who's going to come and destroy our lives. That worked the same way, a very rapid, very destructive attack with no combat. Then you forget about it. Although what you're saying is quite right, anti-Arab and anti-Muslim racism is much more extreme than anti-Hispanic. You could use that racism too. Noriega was turned into a demon with plenty of racist caricature. You recall all the business about the pineapple face on National Public Radio, the mixed breed, etc. The media just accepted that completely. Some of it was horrifying. For example, CNN at the time of this juvenile attack on the Vatican embassy, which was much praised here, The television stations all had gotten in high-rise hotels nearby. They had set up their studios so they could see all the fun stuff. I think it was CNN that had hanging out their window a banner with a pineapple on it. Another pure racist caricature of the official enemy, the kind of thing you might expect in Nazi Germany. But that was just taken for granted. And it was also described as good clean fun. If we want to play rock music at the Vatican Embassy, that's good clean fun. DB, you and Ed Hennon in Manufacturing Consent, Necessary Illusions, and elsewhere described a propaganda en one in Pascal's Wager. 333. Tens of what you've just been discussing, was there any break from that form? It was startling, a textbook example. Prior to August the media had been very soft on Saddam Hussein. During the period when the US government was strongly supportive of Saddam Hussein, and the Bush administration was banning any congressional critique of his human rights record, and they were sending him high-tech aid, much of it for military purposes, the media had very little coverage. Almost all of the exposure of this stuff is after August. They never even reported it. There was one television correspondent, Charles Glass, who had been trying for years to get ABC to publicize material that he was collecting and getting in indirect ways on Iraqi biological warfare facilities and US aid to Iraq, etc. Occasionally he would get a little spot in there, but it was almost always followed by a Pentagon denial and few others were interested. That was typical for a long time. So that's the first phase. When the U.S. government supported Saddam Hussein, the media were pretty quiet. Then comes the second phase, August to January. You've got to build up war fever. At that point, the task was to suppress the fact that there's no reason for going to war. You want to go to war, you have to give reason. It's a serious matter. The question is, do you pursue peaceful means? That's always the question. Do you try to reverse aggression or other crimes by peaceful means, or do you go to war? The only argument given by the administration on this issue was, we believe in principle, and principle cannot be compromised, and you can't negotiate with an aggressor. Principle has nothing to do with it. George Bush has a whole history of either carrying IG out or supporting aggression. Any 10-year-old would have ridiculed his stand. But the media never ridiculed it. Every time Bush made that kind of statement, there will be no negotiations. So 334. Chronicles of Dissent. We can't compromise. There was huge applause across the spectrum for the tremendous, amazing American stand on principle. He would say there will be no negotiations, and you would have 100 editorials saying, he's going the last mile for peace and pursuing diplomatic means to the limits, etc. There was almost complete suppression of the fact that no reason was ever given for going to war, no reason that wouldn't be ridiculed by a literate teenager. Secondly, the options for a peaceful settlement were suppressed, as we discussed in other interviews. They were barely mentioned outside of this Long Island Newsday article. It's doubtful that 1% of the population ever heard of them. More information came out later, which makes it even worse. So the task of the media at that time was to prevent the possibility of recognizing that there are alternatives to war. There was one issue that was discussed, because it was discussed in Congress. Shall we let sanctions go on for a longer period? That was discussed, but that's a technical question. Will sanctions ultimately work? The fact of the matter is that sanctions had worked, as far as we knew, probably by mid-August, when the Iraqi offers for withdrawal started. But those offers couldn't be discussed. The media created the context in which the war could take place. I mentioned those poll results. If the media had not done their job so successfully, there would have been overwhelming support for pursuing the apparent possibility of a diplomatic peaceful settlement. People supported it even without the media letting anyone know about it. Comes January through the end of February, the 6 weeks of what they call the war, actually the slaughter. During that period, of course, the media were just cheering for the home team. You didn't expect anything at that time, and you didn't get anything. Now comes the even more interesting period, the Pascal's wager. 335. Period after the ceasefire. The US war tactics were to attack the civilian infrastructure. That gives the US a hold over the population in the post-war period. We can keep the screws on them because we've tied out what amounts to biological warfare. They will starve and die of disease unless they do what we want. So that's the purpose of that tactic. The second part of the war strategy was to attack the conscript army in the south, mostly unwilling Shiite and Kurdish peasants, as far as we know, and they were just slaughtered. Meanwhile, the elite units remained intact. After the war, the next task was to watch while the elite units, which had been more or less freed, were set to work to do their jobs, namely to suppress the popular rebellions. That started in the south. There was a big Shiite rebellion in the south, right under the nose of Storm and Norman watching them. The US didn't lift a finger. The Republican Guards and helicopter gunships massacred people in southern Iraq right next to the US forces. Nothing happened. After they had succeeded in that, they moved to the north and the same units attacked the Kurdish rebels in the north. Everybody watched. Nothing happened. But to get away with massacring Kurds is a little more difficult than to get away with massacring Shiites. Shiites, after all, are just Arabs, so basically nobody cares. Kurds have Aryan-looking features. Television co-Eitspon. Dents talked about the blue-eyed children, etc. So there was a lot of public pressure built up about the Kurds. Finally, the Bush administration had to back off from its open support of the massacre and move to tacit support, namely they pretended to move in to stop it. But meanwhile, the whole time that the helicopter gunships and the Republican Guard tank units were slaughtering Kurds, Stormin Norman was giving interviews over television about how we wiped out the elite units and grounded the helicopters. George Bush was out fishing. As I stated in a previous interview, in outlining that. 336. Chronicles of Dissent. Humanitarian considerations weren't even a remote factor in the administration response. The media had a problem with this one. The Shiite rebellion in the south was no big problem, because nobody cares about that massacre. The suppression of the Kurds was tricky, and it's interesting to see how they handled that one. Here we have a situation where George Bush is supporting Saddam Hussein, tacitly, while he is massacring the Kurds and others who were involved in a popular uprising aimed at bringing about democratic change in Iraq. Here's George Bush supporting his old buddy, Saddam Hussein, while once again he smashes up and destroys by enormous violence the possibilities of any democratic outcome in Iraq. How the media were going to handle that one is intriguing. What they came up with was the line that yes, we're the most dedicated humanitarians in the history of the human race, obviously, and of course we give everything for democracy, but we also have to recognize the need for pragmatism and stability. Pragmatism is a nice word which means, do anything you feel like. Stability is a nice word which means, impose the kind of order we want. So we need pragmatism and stability. I did an analysis of especially the New York Times on this, and it was kind of interesting to see how they handled it. Their Middle East correspondent, for example, Alan Cowell, I think it was, April 10th, had a long article trying to deal with the fact that after having allegedly opposed Saddam Hussein, the butcher of Baghdad, we're now standing by while he wipes out the Kurdish opposition. What he said is, there's a remarkable degree of unanimity among the Arab coalition partners and the US on the need to follow the pragmatic policy of maintaining stability and order in Iraq, which means ensuring the rule of Saddam Hussein and not these disruptive elements. Apart from the cynicism of Cowell's conclusion, An obvious question comes to mind: what about this anonym? Pascal's wager. 337. Everybody was giving the same line: it's a realistic, pragmatic position supported by the Arab coalition partners. Of the 8 Arab coalition partners, 6 are family dictatorships. That doesn't make them countries. They're just family dictatorships set up by Anglo-American imperial settlement to manage the oil resources for us. So that's 6 of them. The 7th one is Hafez al-Assad, a clone of Saddam Hussein, a murderous minority tyrant, so he's not going to object on principled or humanitarian grounds, so that accounts for his view. The only one of the 8 coalition partners that can even be called a country is Egypt, which is a tyranny, but by the standards of the region a relatively benign tyranny which has a semi-open press. Out of curiosity, I checked the press in Egypt the day before this column about their amazing unanimity. The major or journal in Egypt, Al-Aram, which is sort of like the New York Times, basically a government journal, had an article on the U.S. support for Saddam Hussein and bitterly denounced it. It said the U.S. support for the butcher of Baghdad, what they called the savage beast, simply shows what Egypt has been alleging all the time, namely that the U.S. and Britain were in this war for totally cynical purposes having nothing to do with democracy or freedom or anything else. Further, the purpose was to re-establish hegemony over the region, and that they 11 work together with the savage beast himself if necessary to suppress any democratic tendency. That's April 9th. April 10th we learn that all the Arab coalition partners are in agreement with us on supporting Saddam Hussein to restore stability. Then you get the smart guys, like Thomas Friedman, the diplomatic correspondent of the Times, giving the analysis. To his credit, he was pretty straight about it. What he said is that for the State Department, for which he speaks, the best of all worlds would be for military elements in Iraq to take over and restore the iron fist that Saddam Hussein had. 338. Chronicles of Dissent. Used before, much to the satisfaction of Turkey and Saudi Arabia, and of course the United States. So what he's saying is the best of all worlds is what we had until August 1990, when Saddam Hussein with his iron fist was maintaining stability. True, he was gassing Kurds, and so on, but that didn't stop it from being the best of all worlds. What we want is to return to that. Of course, we prefer not to have Saddam Hussein do it, because that would be a little embarrassing. It would be nice if we could find somebody equivalent to impose the iron fist and we'd still have the best of all worlds, crushing any opposition, ensuring stability, integrating it into the US program for the region. A pretty straight account if you pick through what he's saying. So the media handled this one, too. I was curious to see if they'd be able to rise to the situation, after having built up this huge hysteria about the beast of Baghdad. And suddenly we have to support him while he's wiping out the popular opposition. It was carried off, justified on grounds of our high morality, our recognition of the need for stability and pragmatism. This whole story, from beginning to end, is an amazing achievement. In fact, used to add another little fillip. Throughout this whole period the Iraqi democratic opposition have been in exile. You can't survive under a regime of the best of all worlds. But they're here, and they're perfectly respectable, bankers in London, architects, quite articulate. They have always been excluded from the media. You can understand why. They have always been opposed to US policy. In fact, their positions have always been pretty much those of the peace movement. Prior to August 1990, they were opposed to George Bush's support for Saddam Hussein. They were rebuffed by Washington. They refused to talk to them when they came here to request support for calls for parliamentary democracy in Iraq. They got cut out of the media. From August through February, they were opposed to the build-up for war. Pascal's wager. 339. Didn't want to see the country destroyed. They were calling for a political settlement, and even calling for a withdrawal of troops from the region. You could read their reports in the German press, the British press, or in Z magazine. But they were totally blanked out of the American press. I don't know if there was a word about them, in fact. If there was, I couldn't find it. From January through February, nobody's talking. Afterwards, of course, the Iraqi democratic opposition was in favor of popular uprisings, openly in favor of them. The media closure, rejecting any voice from that opposition, wasn't 100%, because the Wall Street Journal allowed a couple of openings. There were other people who are called Iraqi dissidents who, as far as I know, are not associated with them. However, the major or Iraqi democratic opposition, which is organized and is in London and Germany, was essentially shut out, aside from these few post-war openings in the Wall Street Journal. That again is interesting. Here is a significant democratic force, courageous people, human rights activists being rebuffed. What's going on? More examples of the U.S. rebuffing struggles for democracy can be seen in Kuwait. Right now, Kuwait has been carrying out a pretty brutal repression of all sorts of people. Any non-national Kuwaitis, the so-called Bedouin, who had lived there for generations but have never been given Kuwaiti nationality, the Palestinians, plenty of others. A lot of torture, repression, etc. There's some coverage of it in the press, but of course the most interesting part is what's brought out in an occasional letter to the editor by someone from Human Rights Watch. Namely, that George Bush is openly supporting the repression. Arian, the head of the Human Rights Watch, had an article in The Nation where he pointed out that Bush's statements condoning the terror are appearing in the front pages of Kuwaiti national newspapers, saying, even George Bush says it's okay, so let's continue. 340. Chronicles of Dissent. D.B. Bush says the war wasn't about democracy, it was about aggressy. On. Right. He's more or less saying it's understandable what the Kuwaitis are doing. When he was asked why he didn't say something about democracy, the White House response was, that would be interference in the internal affairs of another country. They even said that in private letters to the Sheikh he has not mentioned the word democracy because of his concern for non-interference at such a level of delicacy. You can't even suggest the word democracy in a private communication. That's not the way he's dealt with Cuba, Nicaragua, Iraq, Panama, this great believer in non-intervention. Again, the fact that the press can mouth these words without ridicule boggles the mind. Just the other day, in the aftermath of the overthrow of democratically elected government in Haiti, Bush was asked about sanctions. He said you can't impose sanctions because it will hurt their people of Haiti. That was in the last paragraph of the New York Times article with no comment. This man is saying, you can't impose sanctions because it would hurt the people of Haiti. After his record with regard to sanctions, Cuba's under blockade and embargo. Nicaragua was strangled to death. In Iraq people are dying of hunger and disease. We could go on and on. And this man comes out and says you can't impose sanctions because it would harm the people in the case of a military takeover. And nobody makes a comment. You've got to admire the discipline. DB, if media are indeed so servile and quiescent as you suggest, why then did the Bush administration, during the war period, go to such lengths to control them, to concentrate them in pools, to send monitors with them in the field, to control their movements and to actually censor their reports? Pascal's wager. 34-1. No system of power is ever satisfied. During the Afghan War in the pre-Gorbachev period, the old Stalinist period, the Soviet High Command and the Communist Party were bitterly condemning the media for being unpatriotic, not waving the flag enough, undermining the war effort and feelings at home? There is no degree of civility that will ever suffice for any system of power. I haven't checked, but I'll bet you that if you went back to Goebbels' Ministry of the Interior under the Nazis, you'll probably find that they were criticizing the German press for not being patriotic enough. In fact, the press is regarded as adversarial. From the point of view of people in power, that's true. If it doesn't simply sing their praises every minute of the day, that's intolerable. DB polls show that people strongly supported these controls on the media. It doesn't take a genius to know that there's a palpable public hostility toward the media. How do you account for that? The kind of hostility that you have in this country is interesting. There's hostility toward the media, toward Congress, toward just about every institution except one, namely the corporate system. No hostility toward that. That tells you exactly who runs the country. It's perfectly okay to criticize the media, congressmen, the courts, and the cops. You can say the president's a clown. You can do anything except criticize the actual center of power. You're not even allowed to know that it exists. It's invisible. It was very striking in the Orwellian terminology that was designed in the 1980s how special interests are talked about, which we've discussed in a previous interview. Just to recap, the Democrats are always being accused of being a party of special interests, meaning labor, women, youth, the elderly, everybody. But if you check back you find one striking omission from special interests, never anything about corporate power, business. 342. Chronicles of Dissent. Power. That's not a special interest. That doesn't exist. The omission seems true of scholarship, too. Some years ago, in the 1970s, there was a very rare academic study of corporations and foreign policy. The person wrote an article, a standard mainstream political scientist, in one of those journals. He started by reviewing standard works looking at this question. He took the 200 leading works in international affairs and foreign policy to see what they had to say about corporations and foreign policy. He discovered, to his amazement because he was pretty naive, that they avoided the topic. He said 95% of the studies never mention corporations and foreign policy. 5% gave it passing mention. There was plenty of talk about women, clergy and foreign policy. But somehow nobody ever talked about corporations and foreign policy. He went on to speculate as to this strange oversight. He concludes that if scholars start looking at corporations and foreign policy, they'll probably find that there's some influence there. That shows the discipline of the scholarly profession. You want to make sure that you never study what's important. It would be much too dangerous. The field of diplomatic history, which is an interesting field, spends an awful lot of time on personalities. I've been in debates about this with radical historians who strongly disagree with what I'm saying here. But in my view the concern about the personal decisions and the personalities of the leadership is about as interesting as discussion of the personalities of the chairman of the board of General Motors. Undoubtedly it has some hundredth order effect on the decision being made. But the overwhelming effects are institutional, having to do with the institutional structure in which he's working. Whether George Bush believes what he's saying, or did Ronald Reagan remember this, who was the particular advisor who said this, what did he have for breakfast that morning? Yes, these are all hundredth order questions, about as interesting as the Pascal's wager. 343. Personalities of these people, which are not very gripping, but they tell you very little about policy. However, that's the way the academic professions have to work, all the way over to the radical critics for the most part, not entirely, but very far over. You get it in the general public. If Massachusetts has a serious economic crisis, who do people hate? Take a look at this morning's Boston Globe. It talks about the Hilarity of the governor after his cutback of services. Why? Because he's attacking the people who everyone hates most, namely state employees and the poor. That's who everybody hates. Are they the cause of economic problems? Or is there some other factor involved in what happens in the New England economy besides the poor and state employees? Of course, people hate the media, too. You're allowed to hate them. In fact, you're allowed to hate everyone except the people who don't exist, namely the ones who in fact run the show, the ones who have concentrated decision-making power, who make investment decisions, who set the framework within which the government operates, who own the media, control them and set the conditions under which they work. Those institutions you're not allowed to hate, or even know of their existence. In fact, part of the propaganda system promotes the idea corporations are comprised of people just like us. There's us on the one hand, going from the corporate executive to the honest sober worker to the housewife and so on. That's all us. And then there's them, the state employees, the poor, the Congress and all these bad guys who are trying to make life tough for us. That's the picture. It is not painted that way by accident. There has been an enormous effort made, probably $1 billion a year spent on advertising, public relations in the broadest sense, to try to create these images on movies, sitcoms, outright propaganda, scholarship, all framed in these terms, and pretty consciously. People in the public realm. 344. Chronicles of Dissent. Industry know what they're doing, and they wouldn't be doing their job if they didn't this out. DB, obviously you have a strong background in science. You collect data and information, you analyze it and draw certain conclusions. I think it's the latter where people may disagree with you. But I was interested to see in a review of your latest book Deterring Democracy in the October 1991 Progressive by its publisher, Matthew Rothschild. Ostensibly someone who's favorably inclined toward your views, he was critical. Joshua Cohen and Joel Rogers in a New Left review, May/June 1991, article about you also found your theories rather weak when it comes to the specific area of media. Rothschild goes to the extent of suggesting that you have a conspiracy theory about the media. In the book you mention, there's very little talk about the way the media work. There's just discussion of examples. Elsewhere I have talked about why they work the way they do, but not in this book. But it's interesting that he would call it a conspiracy theory. Because in fact what I've argued, together with Edward Herman very explicitly, that there are institutional factors that operate to constrain the way the media function. The criticism by Cohen and Rogers that you mentioned, actually it's there. Opposite of how you put it. They say I don't go far enough in talking about the institutional factors. But Rothschild's review is concerned because I do discuss the institutional factors and I don't spend enough time on the particular decisions that are made by a particular editor, reporter, government official, etc. In the book in question I just took for granted the institutional factors, which are barely mentioned and which have been discussed elsewhere, although there is one long chapter of the book which is devoted to the ideology behind this, from the 17th century right up until today, which is concerned with the reasons why you have to institute propaganda and thought control, in order to marginalize. Pascal's wager. 345. The population. Maybe he would call that a conspiracy theory, but I don't. But the fact that people move at once to the words conspiracy theory is revealing. A conspiracy theory must be something bad. Therefore if somebody's moving to a conspiracy theory it means that something's wrong. On the other hand, if you look at the institutional factors that constrain decisions and at the actual record of thinking about the topic, that tells you too much. So you have to not see that. And in fact Rothschild doesn't see it. You can imagine what would happen if people reacted to economic analysis this way. Let's go back to the General Motors case. Some economist is talking about General Motors' decisions. He talks about the general concern for increasing market share and profits. What happens if you build this kind of car and not that kind of car? Concern over costs, etc. Suppose somebody came back and said, that's a conspiracy theory, because you didn't interview the executive to find out what happened in the directors' meeting on such and such a day, who said this, etc. That would be a joke. There are major factors having to do with the way the systems function which overwhelmingly determine the way the media are going to work. I've discussed them elsewhere. Cohen and Rogers, in their critique, say I don't go far enough in that direction, which could be right. DB, how do you filter poll data? I know in your public talks when you do polls you always add a word of caution. What advice would you have to someone using poll data? Contrary to a lot of critics, I don't think poll data is faked. I think it's quite accurate, within the limits of possibilities. You have to look carefully at what question was asked. You can get quite different results by just slightly changing the nature of the question. That's why you have to look with caution. In the polls around mid 346. Chronicles of Dissent. January, which asked people about a negotiated settlement of the Iraq withdrawal. It was important to notice that the poll questions started, the president is opposed to this. What do you think? Once a question is asked that way, you know that there's already a large bias introduced, because there's going to be a strong tendency to support the president in times of crisis. So you have to factor that out. Poll results are interesting, but you want to check them carefully and look at how they're asked, what the backgrounds are, what the framework is within which they're asked, etc. Let me give you another example. A lot of people on the left cited polls during the 1980s saying that the population was very strongly opposed to support for the Contras. It wasn't false, but it was misleading, because much of the population didn't even know which side you were on. What the population was largely opposed to was support for anybody. Why should we support groups? That's not relevant to this issue, and that factor has to be separated out before you use material like that. DB, over the years you've been subjected to a number of personal attacks. I don't want you to go into a detailed response because you have done that elsewhere. But I'm curious about your perception and understanding of the nature and character of these attacks. What motivates them? Why do they persist? I'll just give you two examples. On March 16, 1991 you spoke for KPFA and the Middle East Children's Alliance in Berkeley. This prompted a letter from 17 UC Berkeley academics who condemned you and called you a defender of the PLO, even when it was carrying out murder missions against Jewish children. You also have the current case of a national bestseller, Alan Dershowitz's Chutzpah. In various passages, he calls you an anti-Zionist zealot, anti-Israel, anti-American, and anti-Western. Did he leave anything out? I didn't read it, so I can't tell. Pascal's wager. 347. DB, but what about these attacks? How do you respond? How can you respond? You really can't. There's no way to respond. Slinging mud always works. Again, it's partly institutional, but in this case partly personal, too. In the case of the Berkeley professors, the letter came out about 6 weeks after I was there, and it was a letter, remember, to bookstores, saying that they should not allow this stuff to be heard. I've also been told, although I'm not certain, that there was an attempt to get them to withdraw my books from the stores. I think that's very understandable and I appreciate it. These are people who know perfectly well that they don't like what I say. They know that they don't have either the competence or the knowledge to respond, so the only thing to do is to somehow shut it up, prevent it from being heard because you can't respond to it. Therefore you say I supported the PLO, etc. Most of them probably don't know what I said about anything. But the author of the letter, Robert Alter, knows perfectly well that I condemned the PLO for those atrocities, probably more harshly, certainly more knowledgeably than he did. But that doesn't matter. Facts are irrelevant. Turning to Dershowitz, there's partly the same story. Again, he knows that he can't respond to what I say. He doesn't have the knowledge or the competence to deal with the issues. Therefore, the idea is to try to shut it up by throwing as much slime as you can. There's a famous story attributed to Sam Ervin, a consecutive senator, who once said that as a young lawyer he had learned that if the law is against you, concentrate on the facts. If the facts are against you, concentrate on the law. And if both the facts and the law are against you, denounce your opposing counsel. Dershowitz is not very bright, but he understands that much. If you can't answer on the facts, and if you can't answer on the principles, you better throw dirt. In HL's case there happens to also be a personal reason. 348. Chronicles of Dissent. He's been on a personal jihad for the last 20 years. Ever since I exposed him for lying outright in a vicious personal attack on a leading Israeli civil libertarian. Despite pretenses, he's strongly opposed to civil liberties. Using his position as a Harvard law professor, he referred to what the Israeli courts had determined. But he was just lying flat outright. This was in the Boston Globe, April 29, 1973. I wrote a short letter refuting it, May 17. He then came back, on May 25, accusing everybody of lying and challenging me to quote from the court records. He never believed I had them, but of course I did. I quoted the court records in response, June 5. He then tried to brazen it out again. It finally ended up with my sending the transcript of the court records to the Globe Ombudsman, who didn't know what to do anymore with people like us taking opposite positions. I translated them for him, and suggested that he pick his own expert to check the translations. The Ombudsman finally told Dershowitz they wouldn't publish any more letters of his because he had been caught flat out lying about it. Ever since then he's been trying to get even, so there's just one hysterical outburst after another. That's not surprising, either. He's basically a clown. In that case there's a personal issue overlaying the political issue, which is much more interesting. This personal stuff is not interesting. But if you look at the Anti-Defamation League or the Berkeley professors, and there are plenty of others, it's the Sam Ervin story. You know you can't deal with the material. Either you ignore it, or if you can't ignore it, then defame the speaker. That's the only way you can deal with it if you don't have the brains or the knowledge, or you just know your position can't be defended. I think that's understandable, and in a sense you can appreciate it. That's just the hallmark of the commas R. DB, the three themes that characterize these attacks on you. Pascal's wager. 349. Are your support for the PLO and its terror and your apology for Nazi and Khmer Rouge genocide? They're all fabricated. In the case of the support for the PLO, I've been a bitter critic of the PLO. There's no doubt about this. In the case of the Khmer Rouge, I rarely said anything alone, but Ted Herman and I, who wrote about this several times, not only condemned their atrocities but said that they were comparable, made a big point of comparing them to the Indonesian slaughter in Timor, which is the worst massacre relative to the population since the Holocaust. What people are upset about is that we said, let's tell the truth about both of these. The reactions have been interesting. On the Timor side of the analogy, total silence, because that was US supported. On the Khmer Rouge side, there's a claim that we supported the atrocities when we said he should tell the truth about them instead of lying about them in the service of the state. The Forrison case is also interesting, over which it has been alleged that I supported the position that Nazi gas chambers did not exist. My position on this has been articulated way back before this incident with him ever happened. In fact, the introduction to my first book, American Power and the New Mandarins, talks about this years before any of this ever came out. It discusses Nazi apologists and people who deny the Nazi crimes and points out that even to enter into discussion with such people, even to enter into the arena of debate, is to lose your humanity, although sometimes you have to do it. This issue of Orison is a case in which a fascist law was applied, namely, a person was punished for falsification of history. That's standard Stalinist, fascist doctrine, and I happen to oppose Stalinism and fascism, on this issue as on many others. So just as I support the right of American war criminals to teach in American universities, even at the time when their research is being used for war crimes, I 350. Chronicles of Dissent. Support the right of people to say whatever horrendous thing they like, even if one doesn't like it. So for example, if the Journal of the American Jewish Congress publishes, as it recently did, an article claiming that the Nazi genocide of the Gypsies has an exploded fiction, I don't say that the American Jewish Congress's editors should be brought to court for Nazi apologetics and for denying an act of genocide which was in fact quite comparable to the Holocaust. If they want to publish their disgraceful lies, they should have the right to do so. If they were brought to court, I would defend their right to say what they want. People who are opposed to freedom of speech, or who have their own motives for trying to silence critics, will naturally turn this into whatever they want to. D.B. Ed Hennon has suggested that these attacks are new and the persistent soft criticism is in fact a tribute to your effectiveness, and that's why it's going on. I think that's reasonable. Incidentally, it went on long before this. From the first time I opened my mouth the attacks started. D.B. on Indochina? Yes. It starts right in 1969. Let me give you an example. In the first book that I wrote, American Power and the New Mandarins, in first edition there's a slight error, namely I attributed a quote to Truman which was in fact a very close paraphrase, almost verbatim paraphrase of what he said in a secondary source. I got a note mixed up and instead of citing the secondary source I cited Truman. It was corrected within about 2 months, in the second printing. There isn't a scholarly monograph that doesn't have a similar error somewhere. There have been at least 24 articles, if not more, using this to denounce me, to prove that you can't believe anything that's Pascal's wager. 351. Said by anybody on the left, etc. These are very desperate people. A Comsa culture is a very desperate culture. They know they cannot withstand criticism, and therefore you've got to silence it. It doesn't just have to do with me. Please take this current attack on so-called political correctness. The real story is what I mentioned before, about the academic studies of corporations and foreign policy. There is almost total control, iron, rigid control, over curriculum and thought to a remarkable degree on the part of the Comsa culture. But since the 1960s, there have been a couple of breaks. A few things have opened up. For example, you can no longer be openly racist and sexist, no longer talk about the discovery of America as the most magnificent thing that ever happened to the human race, etc. There are various constraints on that. The Comsars are very upset about it. The idea that there might be independent thought somewhere, that's very dangerous. Therefore a huge attack has been launched on the left fascists who are tossing over the university and the culture. There's 100 articles talking about how we used to have this free country and free universities, but now it's being run by left fascist monsters. When you read hundreds of attacks of them and virtually no defenses, You have to wonder, since the left fascists now run the place, how come they're being denounced 100 to 1? Another interesting thing about that attack is that they're always called left fascists. Suppose we accept the whole story. When George Bush gave a speech at the University of Michigan denouncing the people who were silencing everyone with intimidation because of alleged racist and sexist remarks, he called them the left. If everybody calls them the left, why? The assumption is that if anybody's anti-racist and anti-sexist and in favor of respect for other cultures, they must be on the left and therefore we must be against them. That itself is an interesting assumption, but it all fits together. 352. Chronicles of Dissent. The point is that the people who have authority and privilege are naturally terrified of any break in it. In the 1960s, when students started asking questions instead of just taking notes, the faculty acted as if their universities were being burned. Libraries were being burned all over the country because a student asked a question. It's a natural reaction on the part of people who are used to 100% obedience. It's like, to go back to something we talked about before, the Soviet High Command and the Russian Communist Party denouncing the Soviet media for their lack of patriotism. From the point of view of power, no degree of subordination ever suffices. If anything can't be totally disregarded, you are going to launch a big campaign to destroy it because it just might be heard. Again, very interesting differences between democratic and totalitarian societies in this respect. They behave quite differently. For example, in the Soviet Union. Pre-Gorbachev, the samizdat, the underground journals, had extremely wide circulation. There are some estimates that they may have reached almost half of the more educated population. In a democratic society, you'd never permit that. You can read Z magazine or listen to your program, but if you reach 0.01% of the population, that's considered dangerous. In a totalitarian state you can reach 50% and they don't care very much. It wouldn't have been that much trouble to shut down the samizdat. It just wasn't worth it. As long as you have people controlled by force, the assumption is that you don't care much what they think. DB, you told Bill Moyers in an interview that given a chance you would do some things differently. I was wondering if you were thinking about the Forrester affair. No, what I was thinking about there was in fact what I told him. In the case of the Indochina War, which is the main one, I started much too late. I didn't get involved in Pascal's wager. 353. That in a serious way until 1964. I'd say the same about many other things. Take the Timor atrocities. I didn't write about them until late 1978. They had been going on for 3 years already. There are plenty of things like that. And yes, there are a lot of things like that that I would have done differently if I had thought about it. I'm sure that there are others right now that 111 think about later. DB, you wouldn't include that letter you wrote to Serge Thun, defending free speech even in the most loathsome circumstances? That is, what he later used, without your knowledge and permission, as an avis to Forreston's pre-trial memoir and defense, when he was tried for falsification of history, after publishing arguments that the gas chambers did not exist. If you ask me, should I have done it, 111 answer, yes. In retrospect, would it have been better not to do it? Maybe. Only in the sense that it would have given less opportunity for people of the Dershowitz variety, who are very much committed to preventing free speech on the Arab-Israel issues, and free interchange of ideas. I don't know. You could say on tactical grounds maybe yes, but that's not the way to proceed, in my view. You should do what you think is right and not what's going to be tactically useful. DB, you have said often that every and one American president since the end of World War II could be considered 11-jar criminal under the Nuremberg principles. Every one of them, without exception, has been involved either directly or indirectly in atrocities and war crimes. Take Carter, who was the least violent of them. Nevertheless, it was the Carter administration which gave the crucial, decisive military and diplomatic support for the Indonesian slaughter in East Timor, still going on, incidentally, which may have wiped out something like a quarter of the population. That's not the only case. The 354 Chronicles of Dissent. Carter administration supported Somoza, contrary to a lot of claims, right up to the end, until they realized that they couldn't hang on to him any longer. At the very end, after Somoza's National Guard had slaughtered about 40,000 people, the Carter administration was trying to figure out how to save the National Guard, even if they couldn't save Somoza. When they couldn't save the National Guard, they spirited them out of the country in planes with Red Cross markings, which is a war crime in itself, in order to set them up elsewhere. This is the best of administrations. About Reagan and Bush we don't even have to talk. But all the way back, this is the way it's been. DB, what about Bakunin's instinct for freedom? You've written that you'd like to believe that people have this instinct for freedom, that they want to control their own affairs, they don't want to be pushed around, ordered, oppressed, etc. They want a chance to do things that make sense, like constructive work, in a way they can control and control with others. Then you write, I don't know any way to prove this. It's really a hope about what human beings are like, a hope that if social structures change sufficiently, those aspects of human nature will be realized. There is no way to prove it or disprove it. We don't know anything about human nature. If we're rational, we know that it exists, and undoubtedly there are very powerful biological constraints on the way we think, what we do, what we conceptualize, what we imagine, and our fears and hopes, etc. But about what they are, you can learn more from a novel than you can from the sciences. You operate on the basis of your hopes. I think no one has ever said it better than Gramsci in his famous comment that you should have pessimism of the intellect and optimism of the will. That's the only reasonable strategy. DB, you sometimes close your lectures with reference to what you call Pascal's wager. Pascal's wager. 355. Pascal raised the question, how do you know whether God exists? He said, if I assume that he exists and he does, I'll make out okay. If he doesn't, I won't lose anything. If he does exist and I assume he doesn't, I may be in trouble. That's basically the logic. On this issue of human freedom, if you assume that there's no hope, you guarantee that there will be no hope. If you assume that there is an instinct for freedom, there are opportunities to change things, etc. There's a chance you may contribute to making a better world. That's your choice. Pearl Harbor. November 16, 1991. DB, Alexander Coben likes to tell the joke that the two greatest disasters that befell U.S. power in the 20th century were the Japanese attack on Pearl Harbor and your birthday, both on December 7th. About the Pearl Harbor attack, you have a kind of non-traditional view of the events leading up to that. I wrote about it a long time ago, in the 1960s. What I think is not very far from what is actually in the scholarly literature. First of all, let's be clear about what happened. It's not quite the official picture. About an hour before Pearl Harbor, Japan attacked Malaya. That was a real invasion. The attack on Pearl Harbor was the colony, the military base on a colony of the United States. An act of aggression, but on the scale of atrocities, attacking the military base on the colony is not the highest rank. The big Japanese atrocities in fact had already taken place. There were plenty more to come, but the major ones, the invasion of China, the rape of Nanking, the atrocities in Manchuria, and so on, had passed. Throughout that whole period the U.S. wasn't supportive, but it didn't oppose them very much. The big issue for the United States was, will they let us in on the exploitation of China, or will they do it by themselves? Will they close it off? Will they create a closed-go prosperity sphere or an open region in which we will have free access? If the latter, the United States was not going to oppose the Japanese conquest. There were other things going on in the background. By the 1920s, which was of course the period when Britain was still the dominant world power, Britain had found that they were unable to compete with Japanese Manu. 357. 358. Chronicles of Dissent. Facturers. Japanese textiles were outproducing Lancashire mills. As soon as that became evident, Britain dropped its fancy rhetoric about the magnificence of free trade. Nobody supports free trade unless they think they're going to win the competition. Britain hadn't supported it before it had won the industrial game, and it was now going to withdraw its support. In 1932 there was an important conference in Ottawa, still the British Empire then, remember. There was an Empire conference and they basically decided in effect to close off the empire to Japanese exports. They raised the tariff 25%, or something absurd. This in effect closed off India, Australia and Burma and other parts of the British Empire. Meanwhile the Dutch had done the same thing. This is the 1930s. The Dutch had done the same with Indonesia, the Dutch East Indies. The United States, which was a smaller imperial power of that time, had also done the same with the Philippines and Cuba. The Japanese imperialists' story was they were being subjected to what they called A, B, C, D encirclement, America, Britain, China, which was not being penetrated properly, and the Dutch. There was some truth to that. The Japanese idea was, they're just denying us our place in the sun. They've already conquered what they wanted, and now when we're trying to get into the act latecomers, they're closing off their imperial systems so we can't compete with them freely. That being the case, we'll even go to war. It didn't happen like that mechanically. The invasion of Manchuria preceded the Ottawa Conference, but these things were going on. There was an interaction of that sort which continued up until 1941. The Japanese were being constrained by the imperial powers. They were carrying out more aggression to create for themselves a domain that they would control. That aggression led to more retaliation from the imperial powers. Things got pretty tight. Pearl Harbor. 359. At the end there were negotiations between the United States and Japan with Cordell Hull, Secretary of State, and Admiral Nomura. They went on until very shortly before Pearl Harbor, and the issue was always basically the same. Will Japan open up its imperial system to US penetration? At the very end they actually made some kind of an offer to do that, but they insisted on a quid pro quo, namely, that the United States reciprocate. That led to a very sharp response from the Americans. They're not going to be told anything by these little yellow bastards, is what it came to. Shortly after came Pearl Harbor. There is a complicated interaction throughout the Pacific War. Had the Japanese not been so murderous and near-genocidal in their conquest of Asia, they might have had more Asian support. They did gain a lot of support in the countries that they invaded, like Indonesia. A lot of the Asian nationalists supported them. It was only when they showed themselves to be so utterly brutal themselves that they lost most but not all of that support. They were regarded, in essence, as liberators, getting rid of the white man who'd been on our neck forever. So it's a complicated story. In fact, it's even more complicated. I remember that in the late 1960s the Rand Corporation had just published translations of Japanese counterinsurgency manuals that they had used in trying to suppress Manchuria. I compared them with the counterinsurgency manuals that the United States was then putting out, and the practices as well, in South Vietnam. They were remarkably similar. There are things that don't change much. At the time I was kind of skeptical about World War II. I used to go down to the Philadelphia Public Library, which had a big collection of all sorts of weird radical journals, and read stuff which had all sorts of interpretations of what was going on, from it being a phony war and by I don't want to make any insults, but you'll guess who I'm talking about. In those days they were around 360. Chronicles of Dissent. There was a conspiracy between the Bolshevik ruling class and the Western ruling class to destroy the European proletariat, and that was what the war was really all about, and other theories. Some of the theories were kind of nutty, but not totally nutty. They had aspects like comparable stuff today that were not without some insight. As the liberation of Europe began, you could see what was happening. So, in 1943 the Americans restored fascist sympathizers in Italy. In 1944, in particular, when the British came into Greece, there was no mistaking what was going on. By December 1944 even somebody who was just reading the newspapers could see that they were destroying the resistance. The people who fought the Nazis the British are now destroying, so they were replicating the Nazis. So we go. That attitude of mine at that time was coloured by the Zionism. Here's the British imperialists, the British perfidious Albion, look what they're doing to the Jews in Palestine, to the Greeks. It was hard not to have that association when you're a 15-year-old Zionist activist. I wouldn't claim I understood anything that was happening, but you could see things. In 945-46 white. McDonald's Politics came out, which was a real eye-opener. That's classic stuff. DB, were you reading it middle then? I read it maybe a year or so later, probably 1946-47, when I was a college student. That had a tremendous impact. I don't know what I'd think about it if I read it now, but at the time it had an enormous impact. He was a marvelous writer, very evocative, and he exposed lots of hypocrisy. Some of the stuff I read 111 never forget. For example, I remember one very pompous liberal writer named Max Lerner MacDonald, who was very anti-fascist. Nobody exceeded him in anti-fascism described. Pearl Harbor. 36-1. Something that happened. Whether he was there or heard about it I don't know. It was in Germany. Apparently Max Lerner was going along with the American forces. They came across a group of refugees, starving women with knapsacks on their back, German refugees trudging along the road, looking for some place to survive. MacDonald describes how Lerner got down from his jeep and started to interrogate these women about their war guilt. It was very incisive. It captured very dramatically a lot of the hypocrisy and self-righteousness of the conqueror liberators. It raised lots of questions. That was true of all of his writings. One of the things there was the responsibility of intellectuals thing which I later picked up. DB, you are invariably asked in lectures and interviews to draw connections between your work in linguistics and your politics. I'm not going to ask you that question. Thanks, Chuckles. DB, but what's really interesting is why the question is asked. That is an interesting question. The question is continually asked. What's more, there are also answers given to it by everybody except me. There are also some sensible answers. But it's not because of the sensible answers that the question is being asked. I think there are two reasons. One reason is that there's an assumption that you can't just be a human being. You can't be interested in genocide because you don't like genocide. It must be coming out of something else. There's also an assumption that unless you're a professional expert on something, you can't be talking about it. So there are any number of reviews, including favorable reviews, I should say. Reviews from activists on the left will review a book of mine and say, oh, my God, this propaganda analysis is fantastic, because he can use. 362. Chronicles of Dissent. linguistics to deconstruct ideology or something like that. I don't even know what the word deconstruct means, let alone how to use it. You sat in on my class 2 days ago. You can see the connection between that and writing about ideology. I might as well be doing algebraic topology for all it has to do with ideology. But people leave to see some correction. It must be that I can do this because I'm a professional linguist. And the implication is, you can't do it if you're not a linguist. That's the bottom line. It's telling people tacitly, you can't do it. You can't think about the world. You can't understand the world. You can maybe have feelings, but leave it to the experts. Here's this guy who's a professional linguist. He can talk about ideology. If you go to the political science department, they 1.L explain to you about politics. But you, the ordinary people, you're totally incapable. I'm not suggesting that people who write the favorable reviews would accept this position. In fact, they reject it strongly, I'm sure. But I think hidden underneath there, it's there. Otherwise, why should anybody look at anything I write and say I'm deconstructing ideology, whatever that is supposed to mean, because of my professional expertise as a linguist? D.B., the Commander-in-Chief in New York on November 12, 1991 said the Congress is pushing the same old tired liberal agenda to a country that is hungry to build on what we've done abroad and bring that success at home. There indeed seems to be an increasing hunger in the U.S., but it's not of the variety that Bush is suggesting. A record number of Americans, almost 1 in 10, now rely on food stamps to put food on the table. You've written about their great success in Iraq. Of course, that's an ongoing triumph. Perhaps you could review some other areas, such as Grenada, Panama, Nicaragua and East Timor. Iraq was a disaster from the point of view of any values that were professed. Of course, it was a disaster. Pearl Harbor. 363. From the point of view of the actual policy, you could say the same about the others. East Timor is timely. Today is November 16th, and 2 or 3 days ago there was another massacre there in which Alice Allen was beaten up badly. There was a little fluidity of interest. But East Timor has been the scene of a virtually genocidal takeover by the Indonesian army. It didn't just happen. It happened because of direct and critical and decisive view.S. support running through every administration since the Ford administration and particularly the Carter administration, which poured in aid, barred the UN intervention, did everything to ensure that the Indonesians would be able to take the place over and in the course of it kill nobody knows how many people, 100,000, 200,000 people out of a population of 700,000. So it continues. The fighting and the atrocities continue. The repression continues. The American aid continues. We're not alone. British Aerospace is one of the contractors for Indonesia. The Dutch have helped, as have the Swedes. Canada is a major or supporter because it's a big investor in Indonesia. The US is way on top because of its size. We can outlend Canada. But essentially anybody who can make a buck was in there. One of the most grotesque cases is Australia. Australia has a special relation to Timor. There were Australian guerrillas fighting the Japanese in Timor, a couple hundred of them during the Second World War. The Timorese lost maybe 40,000 lives helping defend a couple hundred Australian commandos who were cut off. In return for this favour, the Australians have supported the invasion from the outset. They have now, right in the middle of the Gulf War, been bringing to conclusion a treaty with Indonesia to exploit Timorese oil in the Timor Gap between Timor and Australia. It was a little rough to put forth while we were screaming about Iraq and Kuwait, like Libya making a deal with Iraq to exploit Kuwaiti oil. When this question was raised, the foreign minister, who 364. Chronicles of Dissent. Is dying to get a Nobel Peace Prize for helping broker the Cambodia thing. a very pompous and foolish guy, made some speeches in Parliament about how there's no legal requirement not to accept acquisition by force. He said the world is an unfair place littered with examples of acquisition by force. That's when it's Timor and Indonesia. Of course, if it's Iraq and Kuwait, we have to stand up and make sure that small countries ain't settle all of this in the same breath, practically. So it is around the world. That's Timor. It's a monstrous disaster. There's going to be a little FL.UIT concern after the latest massacre, but it'll go nowhere. Indonesia is a rich, powerful country that opened itself up to Western exploitation after Suharto came into power, killing maybe 500,000 people. Therefore he's a moderate and at heart benign, as the economist put it, basically a good guy, and if he wants to conquer another country and wipe out a quarter of the population, it's none of our business. What about Grenada? Grenada was going to be liberated. It's actually one thing that's been successful in Grenada. It's now one of the leading places for offshore banking, like laundering drug money. There are no legal constraints and everything is wide open. So it's a major or center of criminal activities earned out by the major or banks. They may not have any facility there other than a fax machine, but that's th location, and it's part of the whole international drug trade and criminal syndicate trade. Unemployment's going up. Nothing's developing. There's a little bit of tourism. They can shine shoes for Whitey like they're supposed to be doing, but that's about it. Panama is back in the hands of the roughly 10% wealthy European elite that used to run it before the Dorajos populist military dictatorship, which is what the U.S. wanted. The banks are back in. Money laundering is up. Drug peddling is up by a lot. Unemployment is up. Pearl Harbor. 365. Nicaragua is a basket case. It's so horrible. Probably the poorest country, poorer than Honduras now. Probably the poorest country in the hemisphere next to maybe Haiti. We can run down the list. Every foreign policy triumph is a total catastrophe from the point of view of the people there. But that doesn't matter, because it only has to be a triumph on the front pages of the U.S. newspapers in order to serve its function. That function is actually dual. First, to make sure that the world is under control. Second, to make sure that the American population is not paying attention to what you pointed out at the beginning, the fact that the society is collapsing around them. They don't want people to pay attention to that, so therefore you need triumphs. You obviously can't have domestic triumphs. That's even beyond the imagination of the commissars. So you have foreign policy triumphs. That's what you need a press corps for, an intelligentsia to turn these catastrophes into foreign policy triumphs. First you micro-terrify the population about a foreign enemy and then you stand in awe of the magnificence of your leader, who saved you in the nick of time. We do this every 2 years or so. We are doing it again right now, with Libya. DB, what do you know about the situation in West Papua, Irian Jaya? That's a real horror story as well. There's not much material on it. It was more or less given to Indonesia. It was part of the Dutch Empire, but unlike East Timor, which wasn't, the people of Irian Jaya wanted independence, of course. There are only about 1 million people. They're called tribal, meaning indigenous people. It's West Papua. There was a sort of a deal during the Kennedy years with Sukarno, before Suharto took over. By 1969 there was a transfer, authorized by the International Unity. They were transferring this year that's now Irian Jaya over to a real genocidal regime who was going. 366. Chronicles of Dissent. To destroy it. But the West wanted that, because there are resources there. There would be a way to develop them if Indonesia takes over, because they just want to rob the place and help the West rob the place. So they moved in, and there was a fair amount of killing and repression and transmigrationing schemes, which countries like Canada are involved in. They describe them as great humanitarian efforts. Java's overpopulated, so Canada, out of its benevolence, will develop new areas in West Papua and help bring the Javanese peasants over there. Meanwhile, you eliminate the natives and you can guess what happens. Exactly what's gone on in the nobody knows for sure. There are estimates of dead running from thousands to maybe 300,000. There apparently was use of chemical warfare. The London Anti-Slavery Society has just come out with a pamphlet about it, and there have been a couple of studies, mostly by the Australians. There is one anthropologist, George Monbiot, who travelled through there a while ago and wrote an interesting book. But it's just the destruction of an indigenous society by a third world semi-fascist state strongly supported by the West because Indonesia is oriented toward allowing us to exploit resources. So it's another atrocity story, one that nobody talks about. DB, you've talked about the internal crisis in the U.S. playing itself out in very destructive ways and the widespread random violence. A postal worker who runs amok in Michigan. Yesterday a student goes berserk in Iowa, and 2 weeks ago it was a massacre in Texas. Is there any connection between official U.S. violence internationally and what's going on domestically? There have been some studies of that, and I have not seen details, so I hesitate to talk about it. But the studies claim to show a correlation between international violence and domestic violence. Whether that's true or not, I'm not Pearl Harbor 367 certain. There is also so much imaginary violence, J.U.'s turn. On a television set at random, and chances are you 11 watch a murder or some woman getting her throat slit. There are some people like George Gerbner, who's dean of the Annenberg School, who's done studies on violence in children's TV. It's J.U.'s mind-boggling. Kids are watching the most atrocious, sadistic murders constantly. A kid will see dozens of murders a week, or maybe in a day. Interrotational violence J.U.'s adds to the sense that you kill. And so does ordinary life. What is there around? In downtown Boston, for example, it's become a badge of honor for a teenaged kid to have a bullet wound, kind of like a dueling scar in aristocratic German circles. If you don't have a bullet wound, you're not a real man. 12-year-olds are coming into school with guns. That's mind-boggling. DB, I was interested to note that you actually talked about government involvement in drugs in the ghetto. That's usually something you stay away from. I said that I wouldn't be surprised. I don't know of any evidence for it. Certainly there are plenty of people in the black community who believe it. There are some things that certainly do raise suspicions. The drug epidemic in the 1960s did play a big role in wiping out communities that were beginning to get organized, mobilized and contribute to this crisis of democracy that the elite was worried about. Maybe it's unrelated and maybe it's not. I don't know. DB, you often quip that you've been giving public talks for years with the same title, The Current Crisis in the Middle East. Other than US interests in oil and support for Israel, and those are reasons enough, is there anything under the surface that we're not seeing? I think those are the main things we're not seeing. Support for Israel you can't miss, but the way in which 368 Chronicles of Dissent. This is tied in with control over resources, the kinds of alliances that exist between Israel and the Gulf monarchies, or the way in which all of this fits into general American policy. I don't think anybody's seeing much of that. There are other things, of course, but I think that's the core of it. It's not a big secret. Back in the 1940s, Saudi Arabia in particular was recognized as strategically the most important area in the world, as Eisenhower called it. It wasn't because they liked the sand. DB, in an answer to a question in a prior interview, October 15, 1991, you attributed the lack of interest in and lack of affinity for the Palestinians in the US to anti-Arab and anti-Muslim racism. Your answer, quite frankly, left me a bit unsatisfied. There's a preponderance or a good number of American Jews in the progressive movement. Do you think that contributes to ambivalence or confusion about the Middle East? Oh, yes. I would not be satisfied with that reason either, and you can show that it can't be the whole story. Because anti-Arab racism doesn't prevent us from loving the Emir of Kuwait, or the Saudi Arabian royal family. They're just fine. What I should have said is that they're endemic anti-Arab racism in the country, which is extraordinary, contributes, makes it easy to suit out there. Dwy risguis to fydien dy hun gragsiotnst. O fdochix pam epslian, itahns, zerbiog. Ah. 4. Saddam Hussein in his destruction of the Kurds was not anti-Arab racism. Kurds are not Arabs. But it had its motives. In the case of the Palestinians, at the heart of it, if the Palestinians were sitting on oil or had money and were playing the game the way the U.S. wanted, if they were a powerful military force, or they had high-level military technology or oil wealth and were run by a bunch of gangsters who were willing to do whatever the West wants, then anti-Arab racism wouldn't influence our ati. Pearl Harbor. 369. Toward the Palestinians. But the Palestinians have none of those attributes. They don't have wealth, at least by the standards anybody cares about. They don't have power. They're a nuisance. They have an unresolved nationalism which stirs up other nationalist sentiments in the Arab world. They have been displaced in recent history by what from the Arab point of view looks like just another European invasion. All of that makes them not only zero in value, but negative in value. They're zero in value because they contribute nothing to US power or wealth. They're negative in value because their unsatisfied nationalism is a force for arousing what from the US point of view are disruptive forces, meaning nationalist or independence forces throughout the Arab world. Consequently, they are valueless. At that point the anti-Arab racism moves in and makes it easy to treat them as valueless. Anti-Arab racism is no joke. For example, suppose a correspondent in the New York Times said that his advice to Syria was that they should run Israel the way they run the Bekaa Valley in Lebanon. That is, take over Israel, run it the way you run the Bekaa in Lebanon, but give him a seat in the bus. Don't take everything away from him. Maybe he'll lessen his demands. That happened, that person would not be elevated to chief diplomatic correspondent of the New York Times. I'm talking about Thomas Friedman. I've just paraphrased word by word, except it wasn't give him a seat in the bus, it was give Ahmed a seat in the bus, and it wasn't Syria taking over Israel, it was Israel taking over the West Bank and run it like you run South Lebanon. But the parallel is exact. Nobody cares here, because if you're a dove you say we ought to give Ahmed a seat in the bus. Like some Arab Nazi might say maybe we ought to give him a seat in the bus. But here it's nice liberal attitude. DB, unless it the Nicaragua story all over again? The threat of far. 370. Chronicles of Dissent. Good example. With the Palestinians? I don't think quite. DB, objectively speaking, what threat could a truncated, tiny Palestinian state pose to US power? The threat is that Israel would have to withdraw. There are some problems with Israeli withdrawal. Israel's a central component in the US power system there. If Israel withdraws, it can be integrated into the region as undoubtedly its technologically most advanced sector, but it's not going to be an Israeli Sparta. It's going to have to enter into compromises in order to obtain even things like water to drink. Take the water alone. It's all secret, classified material, so nobody really knows the details. But probably Israel uses something on the order of 80% of West Bank water. It relies on it. Its own water resources are very limited. There are conceivable alternatives, maybe a deal with Turkey on nuclear desalination, maybe steal the water from the Litani River in Lebanon. You can imagine other possibilities, but they're limited. Control over West Bank water is very significant. The same is true of the Golan Heights. The Golan Heights, among other things, is primarily a water source, the headwaters of the Jordan. A substantial part, maybe a quarter of Israel's water comes from that part of the occupied territories alone. That's what the fuss has been about with regard to the Golan Heights, way back to 1948-49. On top of that, what's called Jerusalem, which is now a vastly expanded area, takes over a substantial part of the West Bank and the suburbs. The areas around it are pleasant suburbs for Tel Aviv and Jerusalem. You live up in the hills, it's cool, you can see the ocean on a nice day, you commute to Tel Aviv. They're not going to give that up unless they're forced to. The United States doesn't want them to give those. Pearl Harbor 37-1. Things up because Israel does play a role in the US. Plain and NG. Therefore they have human rights, because they have guns and technology and know how to fight and can help with intelligence matters. They do the kinds of things that are valuable, and therefore they have rights. The US doesn't want them to lose that power. So it's not that a Palestinian state would harm US interests. It's not like Nicaragua. It's not the danger that it might succeed and stir up other nationalist forces in the region who would want to model themselves on its success. I don't think that's the threat. The threat simply is that it would entail Israeli withdrawal. DB, so you're still subscribing to the strategic asset theory, that the US's local cop on the beat is still Israel. One of them, as it always has been, or certainly back to the early 1960s. It was thought about in those terms 10 or 15 years earlier. But since the early 1960s at least, Israel has functioned as a basis for US power. Probably the most important period was the 1960s, when Nasserite Egypt was considered, and rightly so, a patently independent nationalist force in the Arab world and in fact throughout the Third World. This was the period when non-alignment and bandung meant something and Nasser was a leader. He was ironing up what they called radical Arab nationalism, anti-Western Arab nationalism, anti-feudal Arab nationalism. There was a proxy war going on between Saudi Arabia, which is the core of US interests, and Nasserite Egypt and the Yemen in those years. Israel was considered a barrier to Nasserite pressures against Saudi Arabia. It's recently been reported by Andrew and Leslie Coburn in the recent book, Dangerous Liaison, that Israel actually even provided tropos, probably Yemenite troops to Saudi Arabia. That I can't verify. But U.S. intelligence wrote about the recognition of Israel as a barrier against Nasserite pressures. If you 372. Chronicles of Dissent. Look at the map and the strategic relationships, you know that this has got to have been the case. My own assumption is that Saudi Arabia and Israel probably had a kind of tacit alliance which maybe we'll never find out about. DB, there was that triangle, Iran, Saudi Arabia, Israel. In American scholarship it's called a two-pillar policy, Iran and Saudi Arabia. But that's because Israel's a holy cow, you are not allowed to talk about it. The fact of the matter is that it was a three-pillar policy, with Iran, Israel and Saudi Arabia. Technically, Saudi Arabia was at war with both Iran and Israel. Iran had Ken over some islands in the Gulf and there was a big hassle about that. But the fact is that the Iranian military under the Shah was one of the protectors of the Saudi Arabian elite, so there was trouble in Darfur, down in the southern part of the Arabian Peninsula, and Iranian counterinsurgency troops would go in there along with Jordanian and British and so on. This system is pretty well understood. It's not a big secret. Israel has been a big part of it and doubtless still is. DB, I know about what happened in the 1960s and 1970s. I'm thinking more about the post-Soviet collapse and the Iraq War. The Soviet Union had nothing to do with it. It's a red herring. Don't forget, for 70 years, every time you wanted to invade somebody you'd yell about the Soviet Union. That was almost never true. It's true that targets of the US attack tended to get Soviet support, but that's about the limit of the truth of that story. Apart from that, appeal to the Soviet threat was just a device to mobilize support for Third World intervention. You can see that very clearly. After the Berlin Wall fell, you can't even pretend there's a Soviet threat anymore. When the US invades Panama, where's the Soviet Union? It's interesting that the White House annually puts out a glossy Pearl Harbor 373 booklet directed to Congress explaining why we need a bigger military than ever in the past, bigger weapons, etc. The one that came out in March 1990, right after the Berlin Wall fell, which indicated there's no longer any possible pretense that the Soviet Union is around, was interesting. It differed from the ones in earlier years, because this time the reason you need a bigger military with more missiles, the bottom line is always the same. It's just the reasons that can change is because of the growing technological sophistication of Third World countries, in particular in the Middle East. This was before the invasion of Kuwait, where they said something like the threat to our interests could not be laid at the Kremlin's door. Now we can concede it. Since it's not useful anymore to lay the threat at the Kremlin door, we can concede it's never been there. In fact, the threat has always been exactly the same everywhere, what they call radical nationalism, independence, in other words, which would tend to get supported by the Russians for reasons of state, basically, if nothing else, if they were a target of US attack. DB, you've been calling this the problem of the vanishing pretext. I've been talking about this for many years. In my view, the Cold War was basically a North-South confrontation, with a big, strong piece of the South now returning back to its proper status as a Brazil. DB, let me understand something further about Israel in terms of the local cop of the beat. Why didn't police headquarters in Washington call up and say, get in on the attack on Iraq? It couldn't possibly work. There was a very tricky thing going on there. You had to bring the Arab dictators into the alliance. The Arab dictatorships, especially there. 374. Chronicles of Dissent. Gulf Treaties, which are the only ones that anyone really cares about. They could not possibly maintain control of their own populations if they were in overt alliance with Israel attacking a neighboring Arab country. Most of the Arab world was very strongly opposed to the attack on Iraq, and the tyrannies were having a hard time controlling their own populations. There were huge demonstrations from Morocco all the way to even Indonesia, way out there. Because of its Muslim population, it was never able to take a public stand in favor of the war. Same in Pakistan. Throughout the whole Third World this was true, but particularly in the Arab world. In the Arab world, if Israel, the arch-example of Western colonialism, was taking part in the attack against Iraq, helping destroy the Iraqi people, it would have been extremely hard, even for the best-run tyranny, to control its own population. So it was an absolute necessity to keep Israel on the sidelines. Furthermore, there was nothing they could contribute. The U.S. had such overwhelming power. Israel's a powerful state by regional standards, but when you get the US in there, the major industrial power, the major or superpower, with no constraints, no deterrent, no limits on what it can do. To add, Israel would just be getting more planes in the way. DB, one of our Javery papers in Boston, The Globe, says, the Middle East is littered with American peace plans. Camp David is the one that's always heralded and presented and referred to as the model and paradigm for the Middle East peace process. Anthony Lewis writes about it ad nauseum. Sol Leinowitz, the Carter negotiator for Camp David, is quoted about it. You've outlined the process whereby Egypt became a U.S. client state, removing it from the conflict, with the consequences in the occupied territories and Lebanon of undeterred Israeli force. It's been constantly repeated that the Palestinians are being offered now what they were offered at Camp David. It's my understanding that they weren't even present at Camp David. Pearl Harbor. 375. They're not present now, either. That's not incorrect. Let me go back to the statement in the Globe editorial about being littered with American peace plans. That's true, but it's true by definition. It's not a fact, just a point of logic. The reason is peace plans that anti-American don't count. In fact, the Middle East is littered with all sorts of peace plans, all blocked by the United States, but they're not even part of the record, because a peace plan is something that the U.S. puts forth. There have been a series of U.S. peace plans, that is, efforts to institute the preferred U.S. arrangement for the region. It's not a secret what that is. That means nothing for the Palestinians, no international involvement, just the Monroe Doctrine extending to the Middle East. Israeli power secured, arrangements between the various states of the region, crucially the U.S. allies, the Gulf monarchies, Israel, Turkey. If we could take the tacit arrangement and make it formal, that would be called peace in the United States. Anything else isn't peace. D.B. Sabra Chatrand had a piece in the New York Times. She doesn't understand. She's picking up propaganda. This is about the autonomy. If you want to know these things, you read people like Avner Yanef, Israel's main strategic analyst, or William Quaint, the American from the NSC who was involved in the negotiations. They all recognized the consequences. The consequences were obvious at the time. I haven't yet talked about the Palestinians. The Palestinians were offered autonomy, and people who say that's the same autonomy they're being offered now are correct. You said they weren't represented, that's correct. But they're also not represented now. There are some people whom the U.S. and Israel will allow in, and if they want to sign the capitulation, that will be okay with us. That's what representation means. The autonomy is approximately the same. It's exactly 376. Chronicles of Dissent. What the U.S. and Israel have always wanted. That's why Begin accepted it. Autonomy means pretty much what they now have and have had, namely, they run their own services. You don't put a cent in for education or welfare or anything else. You can run all that stuff yourself. And we 11 take everything we want. DB, pay taxes. They pay a lot of taxes. We'll make a lot of money out of your taxes, but we're not going to have any services for you. The Israeli press has pointed out recently that none of the superhawks who talk about taking a greater land of Israel has ever explicitly called for annexation. There are some pretty good reasons for that. If you annex the territory, you've got people there and you've got to extend Israeli law to it. Israeli law treats Palestinian Arabs, who are Israeli citizens, quite shabbily. Nevertheless, you've got to recognize their existence. That means that they're going to get pensions and welfare payments if they can't work. That would probably bankrupt the Israeli treasury. So therefore, you don't want to annex it. The only question is, how do you control it? One of the techniques is called autonomy. In fact, a recent article by a good Israeli journalist, Danny Rubenstein, who's not terribly dovish, a very competent journalist. He's covered the West Bank for years and is now writing in Haaretz. Just had a very good article on this. He's not in favor of a Palestinian state, but he said that autonomy means the kind of autonomy you have in a prisoner of war camp. In a prisoner of war camp, the prisoners are allowed to cook their own meals, run their own cultural events. The guards leave them alone. That's autonomy. Let's not kid anybody about it. He's probably in favor of it, but he says let's not kid anyone about it. That's what the US and Israel were in favor of at Camp David and what they're in favor of today. That's Pearl Harbor. 377. Essentially the same autonomy. The Subservient article you mentioned, actually an interview with Sol Leinowitz, the US negotiator, claims that the Palestinians lost a great opportunity. They lost an opportunity to get this, because that's what it amounted to. Whether they should have accepted it, who knows? Maybe they could have built on it. Maybe they should accept it now. You could argue that too. But let's not have any illusions about it. As long as the United States runs the show, unilateral ally, it's going to be US principles that dominate. There has been for 20 years nothing for the Palestinians. D.B. Abliban has been quoted as saying the Palestinians never miss an opportunity to miss an opportunity. That's the Israeli racist line. They have never missed an opportunity to submit to our rule. That's about what it amounts to. You can make plenty of critical statements about the Palestinians, but to say they've never missed an opportunity to miss an opportunity is to demonstrate yourself to be a racist. Their position of power has been such that to join in with the US-Israeli-run negotiatives would mean essentially to sign on the dotted line and say, okay, we capitulate. Which is what Abliban wants. He does not want Palestinian self-determination. He might accept it as a last resort if domination is too costly to Israel, but his position always has been that of the Labour Party. Israel should essentially take what it wants and not take control of the population. That's the opportunity that the Palestinians have missed. D.B. On September 1, 1991, Bush was talking about the $10 billion loan guarantee to resettle Soviet feuds in Israel. He spoke about powerful political interests at work in Washington, and then he presented himself as one little guy against a thou. Sand. Who is his audience for these comments? The American people. He's just trying to stir up a 378. Chronicles of Dissent. Little anti-Jewish racism. D.B. Did he succeed? Yes, I think so. With a flick of the eyebrow he was able to send the lobby packing. I've always felt myself that the power of the lobby has been vastly exaggerated. That's not the way things work in the United States. The only lobbies that are really effective in the United States and independent of anything else are business lobbies, but then they're just lobbying their own representatives in government. That's not the way American pluralism works. Other lobbies are effective under one of the two conditions. Either they're dealing with issues that don't matter much for state corporate interests, like the gun lobby. If you're interested in corporate or state power, it doesn't matter a lot if people have assault rifles and go around shooting each other. So therefore the gun lobby can be effective. All lobbies that are involved in sternly jingoist things can be effective. All lobbies that line up with significant sectors of real power, as the Israeli lobby has been. If AIPAC is lobbying for something that the executive or powerful elements in the executive want or favor, or major sectors of military industry want to do anyway, they will be effective. Apart from that, the chances that they'll be effective are pretty slight. This is oversimplified. There has been a big effect of the Israeli lobby on the educated classes. Since 1967, the educated classes in the United States have had an absolute love affair with Israel. They just loved the fact that they could smash up those third world people and put them in their place. So you had this enormous love affair going, for all kinds of complicated reasons. That meant that they got very favourable press, and there was not the kind of a discussion of these issues that you have in Europe or, for that matter, in Israel itself. That's not insignificant, and you might even argue that it's been a swing factor in Pearl Harbor. 379. Elite power. It's possible. But if the Israeli lobby comes up against some relatively unified state corporate power, it's going to dissolve very fast. Bush made some, in my view, quite disgusting remarks of the kind you quoted, which were presumably designed by his PR agents to stir up a little bit of anti-Semitism, which is not very hard. It's pretty easy, in fact. If you wanted to really stir up anti-Semitism, you could do it very easily. If you can't figure it out, I tell him. But they know. But it was just a little bit, a lonely little guy facing these powerful interests, rich juice, and that was enough to send them home. Notice that the issue was an extremely night one. Do we give them their $10 billion loan guarantee today or 4 months from now? From Bush's point of view, it was not now. Why did Israel want the guarantees in September and not in January? Because they wanted to undermine the Madrid conference. They knew that if the U.S. came across with the loan guarantees in September, that would make it very hard for the Arab states to participate. The same reason why Israel applauded the August coup in the Soviet Union. They were hoping maybe this would kill the Madrid conference. The Israeli government didn't want that conference. But Bush very much wanted the conference, and therefore on this now a technical issue of when do we give them the loan guarantee, he was willing to send the lobby packing, which was not very difficult. DB, I want to talk about the media. In your view, is the myth of this adversarial relationship between the media and corporate power still intact? The myth is intact and will remain intact. It's just too valuable to lose. DB, even though there's been a slew of books, including these books don't exist. If you want to look at what 380 Chronicles of Dissent actually exists, I just got a study put out by the Kennedy School on the media in foreign policy. The only questions that are allowed focus on, are the media too adversarial? So did Peter Annett, who stayed in Iraq at the beginning of the bombing, cross the line? That's the issue that you raise. Sure, there's a critical literature, but it's not supportive of power, therefore it doesn't exist. You could prove with a certainty of quantum physics that the media are an agency of propaganda for state corporate interests, and it wouldn't make the slightest bit of difference. It's the wrong proof. That's all. DB, you told me that this literature is useful in terms of army.ng. It helps organize people. It's not going to penetrate the Kennedy School. How could it? But it's like Witness for Peace. If they come back with information about Central America, it's not going to affect the academic world or the newspapers, but it will affect solidarity groups. DB, what would be an effective media strategy? Would you suggest trying to get articles and information into the mainstream media or create genuine independent alternatives, or both? Both. No institution is independent of what's happening in the greater society. As there is more ferment in the larger society, there will be more ferment in the media, and openness will develop that wasn't there before. There will be limits. It goes to the point of really threatening power, there will be a limit. But you can push those limits pretty hard, and there are people who do it. It's very fine to do. More pressure on the media would give them more opportunities to do it. At the same time, alternative media is a demeaning term, but independent media, as Jeff Cohen and others call it, I think it's the right term, which are not part of the state corporate nexus, can offer lots of opportunities. Pearl Harbor. 38.1. Their very existence has an effect on opening the media. If you can't ignore them, they become competitive. Also, they used offer options, they democratize the country, which is always a good thing. DB, there is an undercurrent of conspiracy theories about in the land, and I know that you are asked about them, ranging from who killed JFK to the October surprise to BCCLCIA, S&L, banking scandals, etc. The purveyors of some of these theories are people like Craig Hewlett, Bo Gritz, Fletcher Pretty, Dave Emery, the Christie Institute and others. Chip Blett and Sarah Diamond have both documented cases where progressive groups and radio stations have actually promoted some of this information. What's your take on these conspiracy theories? It's a little cottage industry now. It's not a little one. It's been a big one for a long time, and it drains tons of money from left movements. There are a lot of things to say about it. Talking about the mood of the country is a pretty dangerous thing. My impression from travelling around is that it's a very frightened country. This is true of the most reactionary and the most liberal areas. Everywhere I go, and I go to all kinds of places, everybody's scared. Everybody thinks somebody is doing something to them, and they don't exactly know who. They don't understand why they're badly off. We're good, we're rich, so why are we poor? Somebody's got to be doing something to us. They keep being frightened by foreign enemies. Just as you're frightened by aliens from outer space or Indians attacking covered wagons. There's a sense that somebody's taking something from us that we deserve. Enemies all about. There's very little in the way of serious political analysis, like analysis of obvious institutional sources of policy and decisions. That's off the agenda. People are very cynical. They don't believe anything. If I gave a talk somewhere and said that George Bush is from outer space. 382. Chronicles of Dissent. And drinks children's blood or something. People would probably say, why not? Sounds plausible. In this kind of state people are open to anything, religious fundamentalism, conspiracy theory. You can't see what's really happening, because that's off the agenda. Unpleasant things are happening. You don't understand why they're happening. You don't deserve that kind of treatment. So in that circumstance it's extremely easy to say there's some secret team out there who stole our nice country from us. Index A. Anti-Semitism 37, 38, 39. Equals dash 89, 95, 96, 98, 99, 237. AID 190. 282, 286, 288, 379. Abrams, Elliot 202, 203, Anti-Zionism 97, 238, 346. 209, 210, 269. Aquinas, Thomas 78. Accuracy in Media 86. Arabian Peninsula 24, 27. Aikson, Dean 116. 372. Wakil Loro 58, 59. Arafat, Yasser 32. Afghanistan 32, 51, 64, 66. Argentina 25, 192. 80, 113, 120, 131, 149. Armenia 15, 16, 185, 290. 209, 210, 318, 319, 341. 291. Agent Orange 85. Arnett, Peter 380. APAC 39, 378. Asia 185, 218, 287, 359. Alexander, Edward 291. Azad, Hafiz al 259, 337. Alexander 2217. Atwater, Lee 177. Alexander the Great 51. Australia 19, 242, 358, 363. Alliance for Progress 187, Austria 230. 188. Aloni, Schlamith 264. American Friends Service. B. Committee, AFSC, 32-1 Bnybrith 38. American Civil Liberties Baker, James 171, 186. Union 146. 256, 304, 305. America's Watch 76, 199, Bakunin, Mikhail 354. 200. Ball, George 44, 75, 275. Amin, Id 25. 276. Amnesty International 50, Baltic States 215. 72. Bangladesh 28. Anti-Arab Racism 54, 93, Barletta, Ardito 207. 258, 332, 368, 369. Bauer, Yehud 290. Anti-Defamation League Bay of Pigs 187. 38, 102, 283, 348. Bechtel 302. Begin, Menachem 37, 376. 383. 384. Chronicles of Dissent. Beirut 31, 37, 289. Camp David 28, 29, 32. Billet, Chip 381. 33, 374, 376. Berlin 120, 186, 208, 372. Canada 19, 20, 110, 125. 373. 130, 182, 317, 363, 366. Bethlehem Steel Strike 325. Capital Flight 73, 144, 200. Black Panthers 138, 152. Capitalism 3, 104, 130. Blitzer, Wolf 94. 166, 213, 214, 216, 247. Bokassa, Emperor 25. Capitalist 2, 121, 127, 165. Boland Amendment 136. 188, 193, 212, 216, 224. Bolivia 221, 223, 224. 248. Bolshevik Revelation 53, Caribbean 121. 122, 192, 213. Carter, Jimmy 1718, 25. Bolshevism 215, 216, 217, 30, 62, 190, 203, 217. 232. 273, 353, 354, 363, 374. Brazil 191, 192, 200, 268. Casey, William 134. 373. Catholic Church 257. Brinkley, Joel 168. Ceausescu 211. Brodder, David 197 199. Censorship 18 145 313. Brzezinski, Zbigniew 214 Central Africa Republic 25. Buckley, Kevin 114. Central America 8 25 44. Budapest 208 232. 45 70 92 106 133 148. Bundy, McGeorge 116. 150 154 156 173 175. 126 138. 187 188 190 202 208. Bush, George 195 197. 212 243 269 283 296. 200 201 218 225 256. 329 331 380. 257 259 262 273 295. Chalabi, Ahmed 293. 298 302 304 305 311. Chadi, Alfonso 107. 312 318 329 330 333. Chatrand, Sabra 375 377. 335 336 338 minus 340 342. Cherokees 81. 35 1 354 362 377 379. China 121 21 211 220. 38 1 317 357 358. Christie Institute 381. C. Churchill, Winston 214. 308. Cambodia 1785 138. CIA 25 26 114 134 194. 154 364. 203 224 242 299 329. 38 1. Index 385. CIO 325. Cyprus 58 261 272. Civil Disorder Control 111. Czechoslovakia 8 64 120. Coben, Alexander 150. 268. 357. Coben, Leslie 37 1. D. Coercion 62 80 101 247. Cohen, Jeff 380. Dahl, Robert 67. Cohen, Joshua 344 345. Death Squads 72 106 175. Cold War 21 79 97 120. 221 248. 123 208 210 212 234. Declaration of 251 267 269 275 280. Independence 81. 300 373. Defense Department 1 134. Columbus 13, 81. Democracies 22, 118, 164. Commissars 4, 6, 7, 15, 65, 177, 199, 204, 213, 216. 79, 153, 199, 35 1, 365. Democracy 39, 43, 51, 61. Communism 4, 2, 1, 86, 95. 62, 67, 72, 87, 104 108. 118, 147, 232, 234, 319. 111, 118, 120, 127, 128. 34 1, 352. 141 minus 144, 166, 174, 175. Constitution 82. 182, 184, 186, 191, 194. Contadora Treaty 204. 203, 206, 208, 213, 214. Contras 25, 54, 69, 7, 1, 116, 255, 293, 305, 325. 133, 134, 136, 173, 174. 336, 340, 344, 367. 204, 346. Democratic 4, 12, 56, 62. Cooper, Mark 245. 63, 65, 67, 87, 90, 117. Corporate Managers 128. 121, 136, 137, 143. 129, 139, 163, 179. 173, 176, 178, 179, 183. Costa Rica 9, 173, 22 1. 193, 214, 215, 248, 284. Counterinsurgency 82. 293, 305, 336, 339, 352. 121, 220, 22 1, 224, 258, Denmark 8, 9. 359, 372. Depression 125, 323. Cowell, Alan 336. Dershowitz, Alan 38. Crick, Bernard 22. 346, 348, 353. Crisis of Democracy 62. Diamond, Sarah 38 1. 104, 105, 111, 143, 367. Diaz Herrera 205. Cronkite, Walter 319. Didion, Jones 79, 80. Cuba 4, 5, 9, 152, 269. Dine, Thomas 39. 297, 340, 358. Disarmament 155, 252. 386. Chronicles of Dissent. Dissidents, Domestic 107. E. 110, 111. Dissidents 75, 107, 109. Eagberger, Lawrence. 110, 111, 130, 131, 135. 270. 153, 155, 156, 161, 182. East Timor 16, 17, 150. 183, 194, 197, 199, 242. 154, 248, 252, 253, 273. 244, 246, 292, 339. 276, 328, 349, 353. Dissident Opinion 130, 182, 360 to 365. 183. Eastern Europe 32, 123. Dodd, Christopher 8, 10. 166, 184, 185, 192, 207. Dole, Robert 291. 208, 210, 212, 216. Domestic social structure. 227, 229, 253. 103. Eben, Abba 38, 377. Domestic population 55. Economic power 139, 267. 106, 121 minus 124, 141, 188. 281. 189, 304. Egalitarianism 212. Domestic enemy 103, 106. Egypt 26, 30, 32, 33, 40. 107, 112, 121. 91, 92, 278, 298, 337. Domestic economy 108. 371, 374. 122, 126. Eichmann, Adolf 41. Dominican Republic 82, Eisenhower, Dwight 187. 121, 209. 368. Drug trafficking 220, 221, El Salvador 79, 25, 51. 332. 70, 72, 75, 79, 159, 174. Drug lords 167, 217, 224. 175, 182, 183, 192, 200. 225. 201, 208, 213, 220, 289. Drug war 168, 194, 202, Elite 44, 47, 51, 65, 68, 76. 214, 218, 219, 222, 225. 78, 83, 84, 95, 96, 98. 226, 332. 104, 106, 108, 110, 112. Dati 51, 72. 116, 120, 123, 138, 141. Dudman, Richard. 319. 143, 146, 148, 153, 182. Dukakis, Michael. 176, 198, 191, 198, 203, 206, 213. Dutch East Indies. 358, 248, 27, 1, 311, 312, 335. Duvalier, Jean-Claude. 364, 367, 372, 379. 202, 203. Index. 387. Elites. 36, 45, 47, 62, 66, 77, 83, 84, 91, 105, 106, 120, 123, 139, 151, 153, 166, 191, 192, 213, 214, 271, 325. Emery, Dave. 381. Indira, Guillermo. 206. 207. Engineering of Consent. 6-1. 67. England. 1-3, 1922, 26, 35. 38, 82, 115, 132, 154, 211, 212, 222, 223, 242, 278, 306, 309, 323, 343. Enlightenment. 144, 158, 179, 182, 231, 276. Servin, Sam. 347, 348. Ethiopia. 25, 192. Ethnic minorities. 48, 90, 111, 152. Evil Empire. 53, 54, 122, 167, 168, 214, 215, 217. Export-Import Bank. 196, 305. F. Fascism. 16, 144 to 148, 153, 294, 295, 320, 349, 351, 360, 366. Forrison, Robert. 349, 352, 353. FBI. 38, 75, 136, 138. Fitzwater, Marlin. 201. FMLN. 173, 175. Food for Peace. 224. Ford, Gerald A. Dean. 363. Foreign Aid. 211. Foreign Policy, U.S. 444. 52, 103, 122, 217, 281, 309, 310, 312, 342, 351, 365, 380. France. 26, 123, 212, 229, 303, 304. Free Enterprise. 3, 166, 180. Free Market. 191, 215, 216. Free Market Principles. 216. Free World. 3, 4, 15. Freedom. 2, 3, 72, 101, 182, 183, 189, 246, 247, 337, 350, 354, 355 Freedom Fighters. 69 Freedom of Information Act 1, 36 Friedman, Thomas. 33, 224, 260, 286, 297, 337, 369. G. Galbraith, John Kenneth. 115, 116. Galilee. 31, 35, 36. Gaza Strip. 5, 901. 72 Gelb, Leslie. 134. General Motors. 129, 342. 345 General Assembly. 252, 257, 275, 277 Genocide. 12, 13, 15, 17, 99, 273, 290, 292, 349, 350, 359, 361, 363, 365 German reunification. 184, 186, 388. Chronicles of Dissent. Germany. 8, 9, 11, 13, 99, Hampton, Fred. 75, 138, 164, 185, 186, 212, 213, Hansen, Jeff. 244, 230, 262, 268, 270, 278, Helms, Richard. 134, 299, 306, 313, 332, 339, 361 Herosi. 78,230. Glasnost. 123. Herman, Edward. 16, 18. Glaspie, April. 306. 112, 24, 1, 319, 332, 344. GNP. 178, 180, 188, 349, 350. Golan Heights. 89, 90, 370 Herzog, Chain. 91. Goldman, Nakam. 94, 95 Hessians. 279. Gorbachev, Mikhail. 123, High-Tech Industries. 165, 176, 217, 341, 352, 178, 180. Gramsci, Antonio. 66, 354 Historical Engineering. 61. Greece. 82, 360. 75, 112, 316. Greenfield, Jeff. 244, 246 Hitler, Adolf. 8, 9, 13. Grenada. 55, 121, 122, 193, 96, 194, 198, 253, 255, 209, 256, 281, 33, 1, 362, 265, 307, 315, 364. Holocaust. 89, 94, 98, 273. Grits, both. 38, 1, 284, 285, 290, 292, 349. Gruening, Ernst. 116, 350. Guatemala. 25, 70, 7, 1, 99. Honduras. 25, 70, 7, 1, 127. 121, 127, 193, 200, 201. 194, 200, 365. Guerrillas 174, 363. Howe, Irving 150, 2289. Gulf 24, 26, 27, 30, 117. Hewlett, Craig 381. 129, 251, 253, 261, 269. Hal, Cordell 359. 270, 274, 275, 277, 280. Human Nature 1-3, 101. 28 1, 293, 299, 300. 157, 158, 247, 354. 302, 304, 306, 309, 310. Human Rights Watch 339. 314, 329, 363, 368, 372. Huns 53, 122. 374, 375. Huntington, Samuel 105. Gulf War 251, 293, 310. Hussein, Saddam 201. 329, 363. 251, 254, 256, 259, 260. Gypsies 29 1, 292, 350. 264, 265, 272, 273, 293. 295, 304, 315, 333. H. 336, 338, 368. Hertz 56, 376. Hague, Alexander 21-7. Index 389. I. International Terrorism 4. _____. 5, 50, 54, 56, 105, 122. /137, 180, 181. 167, 193, 214, 217, 218. International L/1 in Italy. 245. Fund, EL/1F, 191, 212. Intifada 168, 170, 263. 215, 216. Iran 24, 27, 133, 136, 249. Indochina 15, 20, 84, 98. 255, 259, 272, 279. 109, 110, 112, 117, 151. 308, 310, 372. 156, 198, 249, 350, 352. Iraq 201, 25 1, 255, 56, 256. Indochina War 109, 112. 259, 263, 270, 271, 273. 249, 352. 293, 95, 298, 299, 305. Indoctrination 4, 6, 7, 12. 307, 313, 329, 331. 14, 17, 22, 29, 62, 66, 67, 333, 340, 346, 362, 364, 76, 78, 106, 108, 119, 372, 374, 380, 146, 148, 155, 157, 161, Iraqi Democratic, 197, 199. Opposition 293, 305. Indonesia 15, 18, 135. 338, 339. 250, 253, 273, 276, 349. Irian Jaya 365. 353, 358, 359, 363, 366, Israel 5, 6, 21, 23, 44, 56, 374, 57, 59, 89, 93, 95, 98, 101. Inuai, Daniel 23, 27, 29. 134, 136, 151 minus 153, 155. Institutional structures 7. 156, 170, 17, 1, 182, 211. 157, 189, 190. 226, 229, 238, 239, 242. Intelligence, human 2, 3. 254, 258, 260, 263, 265. 12, 27, 41. 273, 277, 279, 281, 283. Intelligence, U.S. 27, 41. 285, 292, 330, 346, 353. 114, 154, 204, 307, 329. 367 minus 379. 371. Israeli Lobby 39, 97. Intelligentsia 6, 35, 78. 111, 291, 365. Inter-American. J. Development Bank 70. Jackson, Andrew 81. Internal Security 187, 188. Ranayaka 220, 190. 390. Chronicles of Dissent. Japan 104, 110, 118, 131. Kennedy, John F. 4, 108. 164, 165, 167, 178, 180. 126, 141, 187, 188, 190. 219, 246, 262, 267, 268. 191, 225, 365, 380. 270, 278, 279, 287, 302. Kerry, John 29. 306, 313, 357, 359. Keynesianism 163. J. John 73, 142. Khmer Rouge 349. Jennings, P2 194. Kanini, Ayatollah 194. Jerusalem 33, 94, 287, 370, 254, 255. Jesuits 182, 289. Kissinger, Henry 24, 104. Jewish 14, 33, 35, 37, 38. 279, 281, 309, 310, 312. 39, 42, 43, 56, 57, 89, 93. Klinghoffer, Leon 58. 94, 96, 100, 147, 149. Knesset 43, 172. 15-1, 159, 226, 231, 235. Comer, Robert 134. 236, 282, 284, 286, 288. Coop, Everett 219. 289, 291, 346, 350, 378. Koppel, dead 194, 242, 244. Jewish Community 42, 93, 246, 332. 98, 100, 227, 229, 230. Korea 110, 114, 125, 216. 282, 289, 291. 219. Jews 184, 229, 231, 237. Korean War 125. 264, 283, 284, 286, 291. Kurds 255, 305, 308, 313. 292, 360, 368, 377, 379. 335, 336, 338, 368. Johnson, Lyndon 109, 115. Kuwait 25-1, 255, 259, 262. 116, 240. 264, 270, 272, 273, 295. Johnstown Steel Strike 325, 298, 299, 304, 306, 307. Joint Chiefs of Staff 193, 311, 314, 339, 340, 363. Jordan 27, 33, 37, 40, 90. 364, 368, 373. 91, 92, 168, 171, 262. 263, 277, 370, 372. L. K. Labour Union, U. S. 106. 118, 234, 325. Judea and Samaria 172. Labour Union, Germany. Kabul 80. 185, 213, 214. Gohain, Mir 291. Labour Party, Israel 32, 38. Khan O, Stanley 86. 82, 91, 100, 377. Kennip, Geoffrey 305. Labour Party, UK 305. Kennan, George 186, 213 Laos 85. Index 391. Lucre, Walter 4. Lancashire 128, 129, 345. Lawn, John 201, 202. Laxis DL 104, 233. Lebanon 5, 6, 28, 29, 30. McCarthy, Eugene 1, 16. 31, 34, 37, 40, 44, 55, 57. 117. 59, 92, 155, 260, 273. McCarthy's DL 153, 234. 289, 369, 370, 374. McCloy, John 116. Lenin's DL 22, 215, 216. McGovern, George 84. 217. McNamara, Robert 111. Lerner, Max 360, 361. 164. Lewis, Bernard 291, 374. Mies, Edwin 202. Libertarian Socialist DL 212. Mekong Delta 113. Libya 9, 50, 51, 54, 55, 90. Glory Hole 33, 66, 88. 176, 193, 217, 218, 363. 108. 365. Mercenaries 114, 174, 279. Liquid 37, 264. 280, 282, 301, 302. Linkage 276, 277, 299. Mercenary Army, USAs. Leinowitz, Sol 374, 377. 8, 9. Lobbies 73, 104, 115, 283. Mexico 13, 129, 268, 324. 284, 291, 378, 379. Michael, B. 36, 265. Lorenzo, Frank 324. Middle East 5, 24, 27, 40. 44, 50, 52, 54, 89, 98, 99. M. 129, 169, 175, 182, 218. 226, 227, 252, 254, 261. MacDonald, Dwight 360. 265, 27, 1, 279, 287, 291. 361. 296, 302, 304, 306, 331. Glainages 68, 104, 111. 332, 336, 346, 367, 368. 112, 124, 126, 128, 130. 373, 375. 133, 139, 163, 176, 179, Middle East oil 253, 254. 195, 280. 302. Manchuria 357, 359. Military occupation of Mandelbaum, Michael 79. Palestine by Israel 30. Manley, Michael 220. 91. Manufacturing consent 61, military occupation of 67, 86, 195, 197, 24, 1, 332 Panama Bayou, S. 205. Maoists 152. 272. Marcos, Ferdinand. Mills, C. Reich 176. 202, 204. 392. Chronicles of Dissent. Ministry of International Natural Rights 144. Trade and Industry. Nazi Germany 9, 11, 99. Japan, MITI, 164. 332. Missile Gap 126. Nair, Area 339. Mitron, Frank Noyes 303 New World Order 267, 270. Mobbet 25. 274, 278, 279, 303. Monbiot, George 366. Nicaragua 710, 55, 69, 72. Money laundering 225. 121, 127, 131, 148, 176. 226, 364. 175, 190, 193, 204, 207. Morgan Banks 303. 221, 255, 256, 281, 297. Morse, Vein 116. 340, 362, 365, 369, 371. Moscow 10, 80, 214. Nixon, Richard 24, 27. Moynihan, Daniel 252. 137, 138, 278, 279. 256, 276. Nomura, Admiral 359. Mozambique 28. North Korea 125. Must, AJ 170. North, Oliver 134, 136. Miley I 156, 157, 321, 322, 146, 147. North-South Confrontation. N. 373. North Vietnam 109, 115. NASA, Gam Labdel 26. 116, 249, 316, 318. 27, 254, 255, 371. Nuremberg 86, 273, 353. Nation-State 12, 1-3. National Security State 191. O. National Interest 3, 23, 47. 48, 77, 78. Apostrophe O'Neill, Tip 115, 116. National Self-Determination Office of Public Diplomacy. For Palestinians 33, 44. 106, 107, 154. 89, 90. Ortega, Daniel 173. National Security Council Orwell, George 1, 7, 21. 214, 299, 306. 22, 48, 49, 61, 63, 66, 87. National Liberation Front, 88, 241. South Vietnam 114. Otero, C.P. 62, 63. National Security Council Ottoman Empire 185, 308. 26, 125. Oslo, Turgot 312, 313. Native Americans 13, 81. NATO 167, 186, 214, 261. Index 393. Pentagon P _ semicolon colon _ 1, 111, 124, 163, 165, 167, 178, 181. Pacification 48, 49, 114. 217, 221, 281, 316, 333. 316. Percy, Charles 39. Pale, May 42, 43. Perez, Shimon 171. Palestine 33, 34, 89, 90. Perestroika 123. 97, 149, 228, 282, 330. Perlmutter, Nathan 283. 360. Peru 188, 22-1, 223, 224. Palestinians 5, 6, 27. Peter the Great 217. 32, 36, 40, 44, 56, 58, 59. Peters, Joan 35. 89, 90, 91-93, 150, 153. Philippines 82, 358. 155, 168, 169, 171, 172. By committee 309. 182, 184, 227-228, 239. Pilgrims 81. 263, 264, 277, 284, 286. PLO 5, 9, 3, 1, 33, 34, 36. 339, 368, 370, 374. 40, 41, 56, 59, 90, 92. 375, 377. 122, 171, 172, 217, 262. Panama 190, 192. 346, 347, 349. 195, 197, 199, 201, 203. Podherets, Norman 295. 204, 207, 209, 210, 22-1. Pol Pot 16, 17, 51, 150, 154. 248, 25-1, 256, 257, 269. Poland 7, 192, 227, 229, 272, 281, 297, 332, 340, 231, 362, 364, 372. Politburo 176. Panama Canal 204. Political class 195, 198. Paris Peace Treaty ending political correctness 35-1. Vietnam War 115. Porat, Yehoshua 56. Paris, Robert 299. Prague 208. Pascal 250, 329, 354, 355. Private Enterprise 144. Peace and Student. Procedural Democracy 14-1. Movement City. Profit 128, 129, 179, 181. Peace Process 27, 28, 30. 306. 32, 33, 173, 277, 374. Prohibition 222. Peace Movement 83, 109. 110, 150, 152, 155, 169. 264, 265, 314, 315, 317. 318, 320, 322, 326, 338. 394. Chronicles of Dissent. Propaganda 1, 3, 4, 6. Rapid Deployment Force. 10, 12, 14, 16, 21, 32. 26, 54. 6, 1-65, 85, 86, 113, 146. Rather, than 246. 150, 152, 192, 195, 199. Reagan Doctrine 105, 106. 207, 210, 214, 219, 22, 1. Reagan, Ronald 4, 25, 47. 245, 246, 258, 287, 315. 52, 54, 57, 105, 107, 112. 317, 324, 325, 331, 332, 119, 122, 123, 126, 130. 343, 344, 36, 1, 375, 380. 147, 163, 177, 206, 217. Propaganda Model 332. 219, 226, 267, 278, 289. Propaganda System 6. 305, 329, 342, 354. 10, 12, 32, 61, 63, 65, 85. Red Army 120. 152,207, 287, 343. Refugees 12, 17, 18, 97. Putty, Fletcher 381. 309, 328, 361. Proxies 27, 54, 69, 70, 37, 1. Repression 28, 30, 32, 40. Public domain 132, 144, 44, 59, 80, 87, 106, 137. Puritans 81. 191, 204, 205, 211, 233. 282, 292, 310, 312, 313. Q. 339, 363, 366. Reston, Drones 138. Gaddafi, Muammar 50. Retaliation 35, 58, 60, 92. 122, 194, 246, 255. 316, 358. Quakers 321. Right turn 104, 106. Quaint, William 375. Rockefeller, David 104, 165. Quayle, Dan 220. Rodman, Peter 306. Rodriguez, 1,225. R. Rogers, Joel 344, 345. Romania 210, 211. Rabin, Yitzhak 169. Rothschild, Matthew 344. Racism 33, 34, 35, 36, 54. 345. 89, 91, 93, 165, 184, 193, Rousseau 158. 227, 257, 259, 275, 287, Rubinstein, Danny 376. 332, 35, 1, 368, 369. Rumela 261, 299. 377, 378. Radical Nationalism 24, 26. 27, 254, 373. Rand Corporation 359. Index 395. Russia 8, 21, 22, 51, 55. Security Council 26, 92. 64, 66, 98, 120, 121, 122, 125, 214, 252, 256, 261. 125, 126, 131, 149, 156. 263, 272, 273, 275, 299. 167, 180, 185, 186, 193. 306. 208, 210, 212, 215, 217, Salas, Hailey 25. 220, 230, 246, 252, 254, Self-Determination 171. 264, 269, 270, 275, 276. 172, 277, 284, 377. 281, 286, 303, 316, 320, Shah of Iran 24, 27, 29. 352, 373. 254, 279, 308, 372. Russian emigres 98. Shahak, Israel 242. Shamir, Yitzhak 36, 56. S. 171, 172, 229, 265. Sharon, Ariel 36, 37. Sabra Sheikla 57, 289. Short-term profitability. Sadat, Anwar 32, 41, 91. 129, 130. Said, Edward 12, 100, 226. Schultz, George 4, 206, 207. Saigon 113. Siberia 167, 268. Salinger, Pierre 307. Silverstein, Ken 207. Samizdat 352. Sinai 26, 29. Sanctions 201, 205, 219. Smuts, Jan Christine 214. 220, 261, 262, 272, 297. Social Justice 212. 298, 305, 314, 334, 340. Socialist Workers' Party. Sandinistas 70, 7, 1, 122. 136, 137. 148, 190, 207, 217. 269. Solidarity 145, 150, 158. Sarid, Yossi 264. 199, 212, 232, 234, 243. Saudi Arabia 27, 40, 262, 323, 324. 326, 329, 331. 270, 271, 298, 303, 314. 380. 338, 368, 371, 372. Somoza, Anastasia 190. Savings and Loan Crisis 196, 202, 204, 354. 226, 381. South Africa 42, 169, 184. Schwarzkopf, Norman. 214. 294, 331, 335. South Korea 110, 216, 219. Secret Teams 135. South Vietnam 7, 10, 64. Security State 124, 19, 1. 66, 73, 108, 111, 114. 115, 117, 121, 131, 151. 209, 245, 249, 278, 316. 317, 319, 322, 359. 396. Chronicles of Dissent. South Yemen 193. Soviet Union 6, B, 9, 11. 22, 32, 53, 54, 62, 66, 75, 77, 90, 92, 120, 125, 149, 156, 167, 172, 173, 184, 186, 187, 192, 193, 207, 213, 215, 218, 248, 267, 270, 275, 319, 352, 372, 373, 377, 379 special interests 47, 48, 34 1 SS 97 St. Augustine 51, 52 stagflation 110, 111 Stalin, Stalinism 22, 72, 95, 100, 186, 194, 215, 341, 349 State Managers 68, 104, 111, 124, 128, 130, 133, 139 State Propaganda Apparatus 6 State Terrorism 50 Sterling, Clare 4 Stern Gang 265 Stevenson, Adlai 108 Stewart, Jim 293 Stimson, Henry 187 Strategic Asset, Israel as 23 25, 27, 44, 99, 153, 258, 281, 37 1 Student Movement 80, 83, 152 Suharto 364, 365 Sukarno 365 Superpowers 72, 120, 174, 210, 251, 269, 270, 374. Switzerland 90 Syria 27, 33, 40, 59, 89, 90, 92, 155, 259, 260, 287, 288, 369 System of Indoctrination 7, 12, 197. T. Daft, Robert 49 Taiwan 216 Taylor, Maxwell 14 1 Teetrism 4 6 9 32 35 47 50 59 69 71 72 75 104 105 122 149 153 167 172 193 200 214 217 218 245 258 264 318 Tet Offensive 110 111 113 114 319 Thailand 17 114 219th Surge 350 3 Third World 16 73 93 98 148 150 167 188 209 211 212 216 224 236 252 268 271 273 276 279 280 288 295 297 31 302 307 329 366 371 374 378 Thought Control 4 18 22 61 62 66 182 344 Timor, C. East Timor Donaldson, Allen 76 Tonkin Gulf 117 Dorigus, Omar 203 205 364 Index 397 Torture 5 10 51 72 76, 79, 191, 204, 339. Totalitarianism 62, 64, 67, 7, 1, 72, 109, 120, 168, 175, 194, 246, 248, 286, 295, 319, 320, 352. Drainer, Bernard 255 Treasury Department 305 Trilateral Commission 62. 104, 107 Trujillo, Raphael 202, 203 Tsongas, Paul 8, 10 Turkey 15, 26, 244, 261, 272, 273, 280, 291, 310, 313, 338, 370, 375 Two-State Settlement 33, 39, 43, 89, 90, 92, 173 Two-Pillar Policy 372. Uganda 25 Unions, Labour 82, 111, 112. 177, 178, 235, 324 United Nations 33, 56, 92. 108, 155, 174, 25 1, 252, 253, 256, 257, 261, 263, 272, 273, 275 minus 277, 299, 304, 313, 363. Venezuela 249, Viet Cong 114, 152. Vietnam 7, 9, 10, 20, 48, 49, 63, 64, 66, 73, 84, 85, 98, 108, 117, 121, 131, 151, 152, 198, 199, 209, 245, 249, 267, 278, 296, 315, 322, 359. Vietnam Syndrome 66, 198, 199. Vietnam War 10, 20, 63, 66, 73, 84, 109, 267, 296, 315, 316, 318, 320. Vietnamization 116. Wagner Act 325 War Department 1 Warsaw Pact 167, 186. 211, 214 Warsaw Ghetto 169 Washington, George 81. 184 Wasserman, Steve 148 Watergate 133, 136 138 Watson, Tom 137, 138 Weeks, John 205 West Bank 56, 90, 91, 169, 170, 175, 369, 370, 376 West Papua 365 Western Europe 104, 123, 124, 166, 184, 193, 212, 230 Western Hemisphere 13, 200, 26, 1 Westmoreland, William 293 Riesel, Illy 290, 292. 398. Chronicles of Dissent. Will, George 197 Wilson, Woodrow 61, 82. 121 Window of Vulnerability. 126 Will Zionist Organization. 94, 97, 98. X. Xiaoben, Den 201. Y. Yanif, Avni 375 Yemen 193, 37, 1. Z. Zaire 25 Zamora, Reuben 159 Zimbalist, Andrew 205 Sin, Howard 115 Zionism 34, 42, 94, 97, 98. 151, 228, 231, 239, 346, 360. About the contributors. David Barsamian is the director of Alternative Radio, an independent production service, which is broadcast on public radio stations throughout the United States, Canada and on shortwave on Radio France International. He is a regular contributor to Z, The Progressive, and other periodicals. He is the author of Stenographers to Power. For a free cassette catalogue of alternative radio programs, write to 2129 Mapleton, Boulder, Colorado 80304, USA. Noam Chomsky is a long-time political activist, writer, and institute professor of linguistics at the Massachusetts Institute of Technology. He is the author of numerous books and articles on U.S. foreign policy, international affairs, and the media. His most recent books include Deterring the One-Nocracy, Necessary Illusions, and Manufacturing Consent, with E. S. Herman. Alexander Cockburn is a columnist for The Nation. He is the author of Corruptions of Empire and the Fate of the Forest, with Susanna Hecht. His most recent book is Encounters with the Sphinx, Journeys So Far Radical in Changing Times.